No niin, no niin, no niin, no niin, no niin. Tervetuloa taas kaikki wokeripokeriin. Minä oon Teemu ja tänään me tullaan taas juttelemaan politiikkaa, muita ehkä yhteiskunnallisia aiheita. Wow, senaattori siellä ekana. Holgeri, moro. Mitä kuuluupi senaattorille? Mitä kuuluu Holgerille? Mikä on meininki? Miten on päivä lähtenyt käyntiin? Minä aloitin eilen meidän uutta kirjakerhon kirjaa. Hei moi, on edelleen kipeä peittoburrito. No moro Erilas, ja sehän on ihan hyvä tila missä olla, niin kauan kuin se ei itseä häiritte. Mä oon itse aina jonkun verran nauttinut siitä, kun voi vaan, tiedätkö, luvan kanssa olla sängyssä ja vaan katsoa animea ja sellaista. Se on mun mielestä ollut semmonen ihan kiva olotila. Eipä tässä salilla käyty ja vatta sekaisin. No sehän on niin kuin kuuluukin. Sekin on ihmisen luontainen olotila. Hello. Oh, hello. Stream just started. We're just getting started here. Energiajuoma aukesi samaan aikaan, lueskeluhommia muuten, mitäs Dozer? Me? Well, yeah, we just started. Tää on Persiasta, en tykkää yhtään, olisi ihana kyetä niihin ihan perusarjen asioihin, mihin yleensä terveenä kykenee. Ah man, that sucks to hear, Erilas. It's like, I find that there's like two types of sickness, like when you're ill, there's like two possible modes of being ill. Like one is where you can't do anything and it sucks. And when it's one of those, you just gotta think of something less stressful that you can do, and yeah, it's not fun at all. But the second type is the one where you're actually feeling like quite happy and all right, but you can't do the things you can normally do. And I like those days, because that just means that you have to, whatever you do that day has to be from that subset of things that you're capable of when you're like a little bit sick. And me, I kind of like those days. You can watch a movie, watch a TV show, just chill, play some video games. I remember always enjoying those days when I was little as well, like when I was a kid. The days when you've got like a little bit of a sore throat and you gotta stay at home. You can't go to school. And everybody else, your parents go to work, your brothers go to work, but you stay at home. You stay at home and you watch cartoons, you watch movies, you play video games. Good shit. Too bad that your current sickness isn't one of those though, Erilas, that sucks. Itse lähinnä hahmotellut käsistä ja arvioinut, miten paljon kuvitusta se kaipaa, sekä toki seurannut politiikkaa. Same old, huh? Yeah. I've been following politics too, and like the biggest thing this night was the fact that like Trump's made a speech, and howdy Salamini. Trump's made like a speech about the conflict with Iran. And I listened to it last night, and Trump is going crazy as always, so I thought we'd listen to it again here on the show. But we don't gotta hurry up to get to that, because we just sat down. We don't have to exert ourselves like that. Anyway, I started reading our book club book. Trump is complaining about the war he ordered. Yup, that is precisely the case. It's and that he does not benefit in any way from. Like, we've had experts here in Finland we've reached experts on the state has asked experts, what's this about? Why is the United States doing this? And even the experts are baffled. They're like, there's no apparent reason. They're not, in a geopolitical sense, which is the sense in which these experts view the world from, that the viewpoint they view the world from. In that sense, the war doesn't make any sense. It's not helping anyone. It's just senseless murder. My current post-reenactment plague seems to be a little bit of everything. A little bit of nausea, headache, runny nose, stuffy nose, sore throat, coughing. Yeah, it's one of those. A little bit of everything. Well, even those at the best of times can be like such that the amount of everything you have is little enough that you can still enjoy just hanging out at home, but sounds like that's not the type you have, which I'm sorry. Anyway, I started reading our new book club book. We've read how many books have we read in the book club so far? Like 22 or something, 23. I don't remember off the top of my head, but we've read a lot of books in our book club, which I founded because I noticed that in 2020, when was the book club founded? 2023 maybe? I'm not entirely sure, but anyway, these years I don't read so much. I used to read a lot. Like, when I was 5 years old, I learned how to read. And I was immediately enthralled by this new superpower I had. Like, I could look at text and I'd understand what it says, and I was like, wow, I gotta read as much as I can. And then I started reading, like, these little children's books that help you, that are like simple ideas, like a dog playing with a ball or whatever, like those little toddler books. I started reading those. And then once those were like fully exhausted, I wanted to read about like bigger adventures, like moved on to Astrid Lindgren and Roald Dahl and stuff like that. So yeah, as a kid, I always read a bunch, like a lot. And then I remember in my teenage years, in like yläaste, junior high, I think is a good translation for it, even if it's not like exactly accurate. When I was like 13 to 15, our teacher had us fill in this paper that asked, how many books have you read? And what's your favorite book and stuff like that. And I didn't know how to answer that. I was like, how many books have I read? How many books? I have no idea. I have no idea how many books I've read. And I answered I wrote in my answer, and it said, like, I don't know how many books I've read, but off the top of my head, I bet I could give you at least 50. And then there was a different section in the paper, in the sheet that said, what's your favorite book? And at the time, it was a sci-fi book. My favorite book was The Demolished Man by Alfred Bester, which is a sci-fi book that it's about telepaths. It's a murder mystery surrounding telepaths. So that was my favorite book at the time. I wrote that down. And the teacher asked to see me after class, and I was like, yeah, okay. I wonder what it was about. And she said, why are you lying in this sheet? I'm like, what do you mean? You haven't read 50 books. I said, I've read, well, you're correct. I have read much more than 50 books. I don't know how to answer that because that's the truth. And she asked me, is this even a real book? The Demolished Man by Alfred Bester. I was like, yes, it is. I can bring it to you tomorrow. I can show it to you. Anyway, yeah, I brought her the book. I showed her, yes, this is my favorite book. And yes, I read a lot of books. And yeah, I guess they just weren't used to the idea of like a 13 to 15-year-old just reading all the time. Back then, I had the same problem I have these days. I don't fall asleep easily. I only fall asleep when I'm so exhausted, so tired, that I can't think anymore. If I can think, I don't fall asleep, because my thoughts are interesting. Anyway, then the internet comes along. And at the start, like, you can't do that much with the internet. Back in like 99, there isn't that much you can do over there. YouTube is not a thing. There are some websites that have games on them, but those games are very simple. Did you count those kids' books with like 5 pages and picture, or was it more like 50, 200-page books? Oh, I didn't count those ones actually. Like, back then when the teacher made this questionnaire, I was reading Terry Pratchett and Stephen King. So those were the things I was into back then. So if asked how many books have you read, I could go, okay, The Color of Magic, The Light Fantastic, Mort, Soul Music, Reaper Man, Equal Rights. Then I'd of course I'd read The Hobbit. I'd read Lord of the Rings. Like, you can count that as 3 books or 1 book if you'd like. Lord of the Flies by William Golding. I'd read some Agatha Christie, maybe 2 or 3 books by Agatha Christie. Then we haven't even gotten to the Stephen King ones. Like, I could go, okay, which Stephen King books had I read by that time? Like, Dreamcatcher, Hearts in Atlantis, Carrie, Salem's Lot, maybe The Shining? I might have read that one later. So, yeah, anyway, if I had started like, and we're still in like a very, very like small category of the, I'd also read all the 5 Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy books, so that's 5 more right there. Like, yeah, I'd read a bunch of books. I read all the time. The Harry Potter books, of course. Like, I'd read the Harry Potter books, and not all of them were out by that time. I think only 3 of them were out by then. So I'd read 3 Harry Potter books. Was it English or Finnish? Both. I read some Finnish books. I read some English books. My mom is an English teacher. Retired now, but anyway. She also teaches Swedish and French. And I think she's maybe... Well, anyway, she teaches those languages for sure. Maybe some others, but... Maybe German? I'm not sure. She knows a little bit of German, at least. Anyway, yeah, we're from like a language family. My aunt also is a language teacher. So Yeah. I read both. I read Finnish books, I read English books. And the Harry Potters, I read in English. I've actually... Oh my god, say hi to your mom for me. She deserves a hug. She sounds awesome. Oh yeah, I will. She probably won't see this. She used to watch the show, but she's even been in chat. But lately, she hasn't found the time. The last time I went to see her, she said she wants to keep watching the show, but she needs to find the time for it. Anyway, she is awesome, yeah. When I was just 2 years old, I think, she did this thing where she snuck an English language learning tape into our collection of VHS children's tapes. Like, we had these cartoons, and then there was like this English learning... There were these English learning tapes in there too. She just put them in there. She didn't tell us to watch them. She just placed them there. So, of course we watched them, because we had them. So, when you're a little toddler kid and VHS is cutting edge technology, there are no CD-ROMs or anything, there's no DVDs, there is certainly no internet. In fact, you do not have a computer in the house. What you do is you watch the videos you have. You watch the tapes you have. So yeah, she snuck in some language learning for us. Just like as this sneaky way to get us to learn languages. And it worked. By the time I was 9, that's when in Finland, in 3rd grade, is when every Finnish kid takes a second language, like in school. They start teaching you a second language. And where I went, the choices were either German or English. And the way I saw it was, I already know English, so I'll pick German. So yeah, and by the time we get a 3rd language in 5th grade, and by that time, the only choice was English for me, because I'd already taken German. So I took English in 5th grade, and, got straight A's immediately, like 10 out of 10, because I already knew the language. It's cheating. I always felt it was like cheating, because I'd learned English just naturally through movies, books, video games, TV shows. It felt strange to me that we're at school learning about the very basics of a language I am constantly surrounded by. So it did feel rather weird. Anyway, yeah, my mom is cool like that. She always encouraged us to learn new languages. Anyway, yeah, long tangent, but I'm rambling here. It's start of the stream. We're not even 20 minutes in, so there's gonna be a lot of rambly stuff and over here in the first 20 minutes of stream. Anyway, yeah. Oh, I remember where I was going with this. So, I'd read a lot of books by the time I was a teenager. Then by then the internet was already a thing, but there still wasn't that much you could do over there. Like, I remember visiting Newgrounds a lot, watching Flash animations, playing Flash video games. That was cool, but not like something you could actually do every day, all the time. At some point you felt like doing something else. So they hadn't yet perfected that short-form content algorithm. Like, back then, there wasn't any For You recommended, you like this stuff, so click here, there's more of the stuff you like. None of that existed. If in 2002 you'd have told me, oh, the algorithm showed me this, I would have been like, wow, some kind of robot? What are you on about? Like, the whole idea didn't exist yet. Algorithm just meant like a mathematical equation. Like, what? How is a mathematical equation showing you things? What are you talking about? Anyway, so YouTube became a thing in like 2000. Well, this is you can easily check this online. So I might be off here in the exact numbers, but YouTube started in like 2004, 5-ish, somewhere over there, right? Was the beginning of YouTube. 2006 maybe? Something like that. And even then, YouTube wasn't a place where you spent like all day, every day. Like, you'd occasionally just see one funny video and it was on YouTube and you'd go like, oh, YouTube again, huh? This place has some funny videos in it. And then eventually you'd subscribe to like a few channels. But only a few. Like, you'd go like, well, James Rolfe, the angry video game nerd, is funny. I'm gonna subscribe to him. I want to see more of him. But and even then, he wasn't on YouTube back then. He was on his own site in cinemassacre.com. Anyway, even then, I still continued to read books because there still was no real replacement for that. Nothing took up so much of your time that you wouldn't rather read a book. But I think maybe 2013, maybe 2014 is when the scale tipped. Like, I remember 2011 or 2012, I'd already been subscribed to a bunch of YouTube channels, but still, the YouTube experience was not you looking at the front page and seeing what's recommended for you by the algorithm. That stuff still wasn't doing anything. It was just showing the most famous YouTube videos at the time, and I had little interest in the most famous videos, so I'd just go to my subscriptions page and I'd just look at the channels I was following, like the Game Grumps or the Continue Crew or something like that. I'd just look at those videos, see the newest ones, and then you'd be done with YouTube for the day. There was nothing more over there. You're done. You can't create like endless entertainment from just clicking on videos on YouTube. That wasn't a thing back then, even in like 2012, 2011. So even then, you'd still occasionally read a book. But I think like it must have been like 2014, 2015 when the algorithm started to slowly get really good. Like, and it might have been as late as 2020 when I finally stopped using my subscriptions page entirely because I was already subscribed to so many channels that was no longer an efficient way to watch all the things I enjoyed. The algorithm had gotten better at telling me what I want to watch than any kind of these are my subscriptions page. So anyway, it was at that point that I slowly realized I hadn't read a book in years. Like, not a single book. Suddenly, like, I realized I have this bookshelf full of books, and I still keep buying interesting books. Like when I see a book that I want to read, I'll be like, oh, I gotta grab that one. I'll surely read it someday. And then it sits on my shelf and I don't touch it. And I was like, well, that's unfortunate. Why am I not reading any of these books anymore? And I realized that there is no social element to you reading a book in your room. Like that's a big downside to reading a book. If you don't get to properly talk about it with people, then it's not as much fun. So I started a book club. And I recommend people do that. Like, if you're interested in books, that's a very good way to get back into them. Very good way. Like, because if you start a book club, then you invite a bunch of friends. You're like, book club. The way I did it was through a Discord server. Like, I think we all probably have... I'm not sure if it works that way for all of you guys, but for me and my friends, it certainly does. Like, we have this main Discord channel that's like the big one we've always been on, where all of our friends are. Like, that's our big Discord server. And in that server, I started a new channel, Book Club. And I invited everybody everybody who wanted to join my book club. And there's been a bunch of people there, and we've read a bunch of books. I'll actually... I've got it on a tab open here, exactly how many books we've read so far. I'll check it out. It's Kirjakerho. Where's the pin? There's the pins. Oh, I got it right. We've read 23 books. 23. And just started the 24th one just last night. So, yeah. Do book clubs, people. They're a lot of fun. Meillä oli kaverien kanssa sosiaalisia piirejä, joissa kaikki oli aikanaan lukeneet esim. Konaaneita ja Solomon Keyneja, ja sitten aina keskusteltiin, mitä oltiin luettu. Ei se ollut silleen järjestelmällistä, mutta tapahtui aina ropeajien ohella ja niin edelleen. Right, yeah, that did happen to me too. Like, friend groups had read some of the same books, and we could talk about them. And if they hadn't, I could, like, give them my copy. Like, you read it, it's really good. But that for some reason happens less and less these days. So the formal book club was just a better solution all around. Anyway, the book we're currently on is King Sorrow by Joe Hill. I'm just like 20 plus pages in because I started last night, but so far it's been pretty interesting. I wholeheartedly recommend everybody try this. Everybody should be in a book club. It's so much fun. You guys get to read the same book, then you get together, you discuss the book you just read. Everybody's read the same book, everybody in the room, and you all just get to have fun talking about this book you just read. It's a whole lot of fun. And the way our club does it is that we have a rotating order in which we get to pick the book. Everybody gets to pick one book. And once everybody has decided what they want the next book to be, we roll a dice, and the dice decides whose book gets read next. And then if you've had your book read, then you are no longer eligible to have your book be the next book we read until we've gone through everyone else. That way it's assured that everyone gets to decide on a book, and then once everybody's book has been read, we start all over and everybody is eligible again. That's our system. We've read some great books, we've read some terrible books. Ugh. But it's still kind of fun, you know, reading even a terrible book when the people, when everyone in the room agrees, God, that book was awful. So it becomes this bonding experience and can be fun in that way too. Anyway, that's what's been going on with me. I started new book club book. And what else have I done? Oh, I beat Kid Icarus on the NES. I had that game as a small child. It was one of the first 3 or 4 NES games. I think it might have been the 3rd NES game we had, Kid Icarus. So, yeah, I beat that game and it was actually a lot of fun. There's a lot of modern design-wise bullshit hidden mechanics. The game doesn't tell you that a certain mechanic works a certain way. But if you know it, it's a lot of fun to play. Did we ever get through more than one time with Star Trek, Doctor Who, Supernatural evenings? Nope. We did 1. Yeah. You're remembering that exactly correctly, Syndicate. I showed you guys 1 episode of Star Trek. You showed us 1 episode of Doctor Who. And Yimmy showed us 1 episode of Supernatural. And then our, schedules just never aligned again. And we never got to see episode 2 of any of those shows. Yeah, you are remembering that correctly. Well, whenever it is time to move back over there, then we better pick up where we left. I'd love that, Syndicate. I'd love watching all of those shows, because Doctor Who felt like a lot of fun. Supernatural, I enjoyed the first episode. And Star Trek, well, I've watched that one several times, and that's like one of those brainy, thinky, intellectual shows, so I like that a lot. I think that's all that's been going on with me. I've been playing some NES, I've been reading our new book. Yeah, first time ever Doctor Who reboot and conclusion. Genocide. Yeah. Oh yeah, because the plastic men all died in the first episode. Yeah. I was like, wait. Spoilers for the first episode of Doctor Who reboot, by the way. I'm sorry I spoiled it for you, but it's just the first episode. Anyway, yeah, the plastic men are the villain in that episode, and I was like, wait. They all coalesce into this big, giant mouth face thing. Like, that's their entire species, right? In that vat. And then Doctor Who kills them. And I'm like, did he just kill all the plastic men? Are they now dead? Did this episode end in massive species-wide genocide? Seems a little harsh to me. I don't know about you guys, but seems a little harsh to me. Anyway, what was I saying? What was I on about? I finished talking about the NES games, the books. Oh, I remembered. I came up with an idea for a fantasy novel. I've never written a book myself, but I've often thought about it. Because I run a lot of role-playing games. A lot. I keep starting new games. I keep coming up with these intricate plots, storylines, and all sorts of character arcs and stuff like this. And I'm like, this is fun. I love creating this stuff. So I've often thought I should write my own book. I just never had a good enough idea, I think. Like, I know what I like, but none of it ever formed into a single good idea for a fantasy. It would probably be fantasy, because I love fantasy so much. Like, I can't imagine writing... I can only imagine myself writing fantasy or horror. Those are like my favorite genres. Sci-fi I love, but I don't think I'm smart enough to write fantasy. Like, I mean sci-fi. I'm not smart enough to write sci-fi. Because the way these sci-fi writers think is they come up with these elaborate mysteries with satisfying answers, and then it's not even about finding the answer. Once you find the answer, what does this all mean? Then we start thinking about the ethical implications of this thing we discovered. And all of that is very interesting. But I do not have ideas like that rolling around in my head. I can't do it. My brain does not produce these ideas. You're definitely smart enough, since you're smarter than me and I write Erilas, how do you say I'm smarter than you? You are much more educated than I am. I don't see how you consider me your intellectual superior. I do not see that. I am flattered, of course. I will take the compliment. Thank you. However, I do believe you might be mistaken. and this isn't me putting myself down. I am actually aware that I am a smart person. I am an intellectual. But sci-fi stories are like a whole nother ball game. I have writer brain, but my writer brain works in the way where I see the most interesting path for the story to take, and I take the story down that road. But sci-fi doesn't exactly do that. Sci-fi instead creates a big, complicated premise and explores it honestly. And that's a very different thing than a story that goes in the direction that is the most interesting for it to go. It feels like a whole different avenue of thinking, you know? But yeah, I came up with an idea for a fantasy novel, and I think I'll share it with you guys. Because the odds still are I won't write the damn thing, because writing is hard work, and I am a lazy person. I even look like George R.R. Martin in certain ways. So yeah, it's taking him like 15 years to write one book. So yeah, I don't know if my idea for a fantasy novel will ever turn into a full book. But anyway, here's my idea. The thing I'm passionate about, the thing I really enjoy, even if it's dumb, I still like it a whole lot, is this idea of like characters growing stronger and stronger until it's possible in the setting to actually, for an individual swordsman to be more powerful than even like a dragon or something. I love that shit. That's my favorite thing. I love it when it happens in battle shonen anime, and I love it in fantasy. Like, so I thought to myself, what if I wanted to do that, but I wanted to craft it into some kind of idea that makes sense? Like, how can I make my reader believe that there's a good reason these characters can become this powerful? So here's my idea. My idea was that a long time ago, like 1,000 years ago or something. I'll have to work on the timeline. This is just like a new idea that's forming in my head. There was this guy who killed a god. The god? I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Are there many gods, or was just one of them killed? I haven't decided. Anyway, when the god was killed, this mortal man decided, or woman, or non-binary, or whatever. I haven't really fleshed out that character's whole shtick yet. I just know what they stand for. Anyway, this character kills a god, and then as the god dies, the character decides, I'm gonna give this power of the god, equally spread to everybody, and just see what happens. Because he's crazy that way. I say he because in my mind he seems like a guy, but he doesn't have to be. I'll have to flesh out the story more to figure that part out. Anyway, kills God, distributes the power equally among people, and then grins maniacally and goes, this is gonna be fun. Because he's looking forward to what kind of chaotic world follows from people having the power of God spread amongst themselves. This breaks the mortal barriers of like, well, you can only become this strong by training. No, now you have like godly potential. Everyone does. And then I'd explore that premise. Like, so the world now has an explanation for why mortal limits can be broken. And I've thought that all these monsters also exist in the world. And normally, they follow like the same power category you'd usually expect from them. Like a dragon is still a dragon. It's still really powerful. Like it can, most likely it can like level entire cities, and goblins would just run in fear from this dragon thing. I might come up with my own fantasy races, but right now in my head it's like goblins and dragons and you know, fantasy kitchen sink stuff. I might come up with my own stuff, but for now that's what's in my head. And then but then there are these exceptional people, because everyone can become exceptional because they all have the power of this dead god. So it's possible for a dragon to be like sweeping entire landscapes with its fire breath, but one goblin who's built different, like just steps up, puts up his wooden spear and is like, this ends here, jumps into the sky and skewers the dragon's head with his wooden spear, and the dragon crashes down. The goblin stands above the slain dragon, yanks out his wooden spear and is like, you don't mess with us. And I like this idea where, yes, things are normally this way, but because of what this one insane hero did, I mean, some might not even think he's a hero. This one insane person gave people this unprecedented power. Now all bets are off. Now things might go differently because of that. Anyway, yeah, that's my basic idea. Joo, Starship Troopers ja Hellikoni ja trilogia olivat kyllä sellaisia kunnon pohdiskeluja tulevaisuudesta. Itse oikein osaisi tehdä niin syvää yhteiskunnallista tai biologista analyysiä. Yeah, and sci-fi is... Like when I watch Star Trek, I often notice, God, this story is so imaginative and clever. Like, the premise they came up with, for some reason, my brain does not produce stories like that. So, I mean, it might not even be a matter of being smart or not. It might just be my brain's not geared and calibrated towards that type of storytelling. But whatever it may be, I am better equipped to write stories about like character arcs and epic confrontations against evil and things like that. It is a lot of iteration. You don't just come up with it, but you make an idea and then change it over time to make it better. Yeah, that's also true. That's definitely also true. Like the one downside to running role-playing campaigns, tabletop role-playing campaigns like I do, is that you can't go back and edit. Once it's left your mouth, it's canon. Like, later on in the campaign when you started at level 1, now everybody's at level 9, you'll come up with an idea like, ooh, I should have written it this way. I now have an idea how the plot, the story arc from 3 levels ago could tie in to this story arc. But I didn't write it that way when I was over there. So now I can no longer make that connection. It's yeah. When you're writing a book, I imagine that is like a good like a good weapon in your arsenal that you can always go back and rewrite. My favorite part of sci-fi is the technobabble, which is hilarious considering I'm a linguist who knows very little about real-world technology or engineering. Star Trek, especially original series and Next Generation, has incredible technobabble. I think the technobabble got worse after those 2 shows because... Agreed, yeah. Because the technobabble in the original series and the Next Generation always seems to just somehow make sense. Like, it doesn't seem like they're throwing around just random words. It seems like they're actually discussing how these devices seriously operate. Like, I know it's a trope that Star Trek always pulls like, oh, we just bounce a graviton particle beam off the main deflector dish, and that's how we do whatever the fuck we please. But I find it usually isn't like that. Like, usually the technobabble will somehow feel consistent inside the setting of the world. Like, although TNG relied way too heavily on different kinds of particles to solve their problems. That's also true, but to their credit, the particles also caused problems. So they weren't always like solving problems with particles. Particles were also the source of problems often. And like I think some of the technobabble, or just turning the Enterprise off and back on again. Oh yeah, they did that once, didn't they? They did do that once. Like, yeah, we gotta reset. This has gone far enough. I think there was this one time when, because I was watching Next Generation with Fistbeam, and Fistbeam knows a lot about like astronomy and physics. So I think Data was saying that the shuttle is filled with baryons. I think it was baryons. And Fistbeam told me, baryons? Baryons are just any corporeal particle, basically, or something like that. Like, baryons are every particle that isn't... Yeah, TNG had a big thing for particles, both in causing problems and in solving them. Yeah, I think there was something about baryons where only like antimatter particle... No, I don't remember what it was, but it was basically that most things are baryons. Like, that's the thing with baryons. So Fistbeam was like, oh, the shuttle's being filled up with baryons? What do you mean? Chairs? Tables? What kind of baryons? Like the shuttle's getting filled up with regular household items. Yeah, the baryon sweep is a ridiculous concept. Yeah, you like hit this giant frying pan past this cone, and that's a baryon sweep. Stan Lee myönsi, että hän vaan laittoi peräkkäin skifi- ja tiedesanoja ja meni aina täydestä lukijoihin. I believe that, Holger, yeah. Stan Lee, when making technobabble, just... Yeah, that's the classic technobabble, like, we gotta reverse the polarity, and then Donatello reverses the polarity, and that makes the thing work. Yeah, that's usually how technobabble works. Anyway, do you guys want to listen to the President of the United States? How interested would you guys be in listening to what the President of the United States has to say? Because he gave an update on the conflict with Iran just last night. And I have that here on YouTube for us to watch and enjoy. Hit you in the face with a broom. Call that a baryon sweep. Hell yeah. Those gamma rays make him stronger, Incredible Hulk. Yeah, yeah. Take it away, please, President of the United States. Let's see what you gotta say. Let's move on to politics. Trump heittelee taas burgereita, yeah. Trump throwing burgers around.
No place like the White House. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. And we'll maybe discuss a couple of general topics. This is a board meeting for the Trump Kennedy Center.
There. That should be enough volume.
Go into a couple of other things that we have the media present.
Trump also doxed a congressman's health information in that speech, if I recall correctly. Oh yeah, I think I heard about that, yeah.
I'll say
something about breast cancer, maybe? Yeah, I heard about that.
And if you have a couple of questions, we'll do that, and then we'll get on with our board meeting. So, thank you very much for being here. We have a wonderful group of very, very smart, talented patriots at this table. Our powerful military campaign to end the threats posed by the Iranian regime continued in full force over the past few days.
The Iranian regime poses no threat. That's something everyone should know. The Iranian regime is not a threat to the United States, and it is not a threat to you. There is no like geopolitical reason for this. Anyway, let's let him continue.
They have been literally obliterated. The Air Force is gone.
It is interesting to me how those who make these movies practice the opposite morals of their narratives. For example, Americans making Star Wars, where their own country is closer to the dark side, or massive companies that ruin the environment making films like WALL-E. Yeah, I think that's because the artists are usually woke. That's how that shit goes. Like I'm also living in a country that's aligned with the Western the geopolitical sphere, but I also am opposed to it. I like the LGBTQIA+ rights. I like those, but I don't like the exploitation of less powerful countries. I don't like the bombing of sovereign nations. I don't like genocide. So yeah, it's artists usually protest against these things. Trump disclosed information that wasn't public about a congressman's terminal heart condition. Oh, that's a new one. Right. The breast cancer was a different thing. Okay. Let's take a look at that. Terminal health conditions and had months to live. He would be dead by June. Okay. Well... Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay, it was grim. That's what I was gonna say. This was a hard problem. That's the thing. Trump just says everything. He's not good at hiding anything.
Gone. The Navy is gone.
But I wanted to add to the Star Wars thing. Yes, George Lucas purposefully did make the Empire be the Empire is the United States. That is how the movie is written. Like, it's I think it's a Vietnam War. It's like a critique of the Vietnam War. Is that the United States is the evil empire. So yeah, that's on purpose. So yes, artists often oppose evil regimes even when they live inside them.
Many ships have been sunk. They're warfighting ships, but I guess they didn't know how to use them. And anti-aircraft is decimated, their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. Other than that, they're doing quite well. They've been a terror for 47 years, and now I guess the world, through the United States, with the help of Israel, is doing what should have been done many years ago.
Always got to mention Israel.
Many years ago. Since the beginning of the conflict, we've struck more than 7,000 targets across Iran, and these have been mostly commercial and military targets. We've achieved a 90% reduction in their ballistic missile launches and a 95% reduction in drone attacks. The missiles are trickling in now at very low levels because they don't have too many missiles left. We've also attacked the manufacturing plants where the places where...
I have a question for you. When he says this stuff like Iran is a terror, do you agree with that, or do you agree with me that he is delusional? I agree with you that he is delusional. Iran is not a terror. Like, no. Like, I personally, I'm a progressive leftist. So I would like every nation on Earth to be more like Finland, the country I live in, but not the current Finland, because right now we have a right-wing government that's making things worse here. I mean, I want countries to be more like Finland under leftist leadership. I want a country where no violence happens, like almost none. I want a country where everyone's rights are respected, where everyone has the right to be whatever they want to be, and there's no collective punishment for being different from what the ruling class wants you to be. And I want there to be as little of a gap between the poor and the rich as possible. So, yeah, that's what I want. From that lens, Iran is not a perfect country. No way. Like, I don't support a religious theocracy. That's the term, I think. Like, I think the world is full of secular problems which require secular solutions. And also, like, I don't believe in cracking down on protests. I don't like it when that happens. And I don't like it when conditions get so bad that protests start to happen. That's also like, my ideal country is one where everyone gets taken care of, gently, kindly, compassionately. Iran is pretty far from that, but should they be attacked? No, definitely not. The bombings the United States is doing is insane, and this claim that Iran is a terror for the United States? No, there's absolutely no truth to that. None whatsoever. So yeah, that's my view on these things.
They manufacture the missiles and the drones, and that's going on today. We just hit 3 of them today. And it's getting very hard for them to manufacture. More than 100 Iranian naval vessels have been sunk or destroyed over the last week and a half. That has to be some kind of a record. Additional strikes continue to launch from all directions every single hour. And as you know, we attacked Carg Island and knocked it literally, destroyed everything on the island except for the area where the oil is. I call it the pipes. We left the pipes. We didn't want to do that, but that we will do that. We can do that on 5 minutes notice. It'll be over. But for purposes of someday rebuilding that country, I guess we did the right thing. But it may not stay that way. Just one simple word and the pipes will be gone too, but it'll take a long time to rebuild that. We are aggressively dismantling Iran's defense industrial base, and ability to rebuild its missiles and drone capability is getting down to close to zero.
This is cope. This is all massive cope. Like, the thing is here, the United States is losing in Iran. They keep bombing Iran, and yes, there are massive amounts of casualties, and it is horrible, horrifying. But Iran is not giving up. They can't beat Iran. They can't. And it's very cheap for Iran to keep the Hormuz Strait blockaded. It's very cheap for them to attack oil shipments. It's very cheap for them. They can do it with one drone. It's not possible. The question here is, how long do they want to shoot themselves in the foot? How long do they want to keep firing at their own leg? Because bombing Iran is not accomplishing anything. About that, I have a question. If you had your perfect leftist Finland government and then the Russians came and tried to overthrow the Finnish government and make you into a puppet state or Russian territory, and then there were Finnish protesters or rioters or terrorists, whatever word you want to use, helping the Russians to overthrow your country with violent means by throwing Molotov cocktails and government buildings, what would you do? I think I'd try and stop the agents, because they can't have infiltrated. If the protests are massive enough, then I think there must also be... I'm going to answer this good faith. Like, if there are massive protests, well, the Russians do not have access to mind control equipment. So something must have made the Finnish population so upset as to go into these massive protests. It's not like Russian agents can come over our borders in hordes of tens of thousands. So they are our citizens throwing these Molotov cocktails in that case. So how are they accomplishing this? What grievances do the protesters have that make them throw these Molotov cocktails? And if those grievances are legitimate, then I think the protesters should win. That's the way I see the world. Like, the people needs to win. Let's say they are a group of right-wing Finnish people who love Russia. There are very few of those here. They are so shockingly few in number that those people could not do anything here. But if we were to suppose that there were like a bunch of them, like terrifying amounts, then I'd have to look at why did our government create such a Finland where we have this many unhappy people who are willing to give up their lives to fight the government. Because you see, even right-wingers who love Russia don't leave homes of comfort very easily. Comfort is a powerful weapon. If someone is comfortable, they do not attack the government. They don't risk their lives to attack the government. So clearly, in your scenario, we would already have run the country in a way that where we'd have a bunch of unhappy extremists in our country. Something we did not lead to the happiness of these extremists. So yeah, I think, don't you think, just like how Israel has special Persian Israeli propaganda that they spread to Iranians, the Russians could do the same thing, and through a monopoly of America and Israel of the media, if the Russians had such a monopoly, they could use the internet to make your country propagandized. They can. And actually, the propaganda that has spread throughout Finland is MAGA propaganda. MAGA propaganda has been profoundly successful in spreading across Finland. Our most right-wing party, the Perussuomalaiset, are constantly spouting MAGA talking points. And they've enjoyed a support rating that ranges from 6% to 20%. And even those people are not getting up on the barricades and fighting the government because they're not that unhappy. They just have these crazy, racist, insane ideas of how the country should be run, and they vote based on them, which is bad in and of itself. But they also have a home, they also have food on their table, they have enough comfort that they don't want to risk their lives fighting the government. So yeah, I think propagandizing the population is a dangerous and powerful tool, and something should be done about that. But when it comes to the point where the government is already killing its own population, you've already lost the game. You have failed at running your country. That's what I think currently.
And we're hammering their capacity to threaten commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, with more than 30 mine-laying ships destroyed. We hit, to the best of our knowledge, all of their mine-laying ships. Now they can put them on other types of ships, I guess, and drop them in. But we don't know that any have even been dropped in. We're not sure that any have been. That's a big negative for them if they do it.
They can drop mines easily. It's very difficult to prevent Iranians from dropping mines into the Hormuz Strait.
It's a form of suicide. But we don't know that they have dropped any in. But we've hit all 30 of their ships and destroyed them. They're all at the bottom of the sea. we strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on the Strait far more than ours. You know, we get less than 1% of our oil from the Strait, and some countries get much more. Japan gets 95%, China gets 90%. Many of the Europeans get quite a bit.
Well, let's say Russia has the same position as America and Finland was. As America and Finland was facing sanctions and an economic crisis like Iran. Don't you think 100% that the Russians could make a minority of your people attack buildings? Let me think about that. Same position as America. Yeah, Finland was facing sanctions and an economic crisis. Yeah. Maybe. With our current government, certainly. But if in that situation we had Vasemmistoliitto, our most left-wing political party, as... Well, it's fantasy talk to say that they were the prime minister party, because they've never been. They do not enjoy that level of support here. But I think you gave me that... I think you gave me that in your scenario, like we have my fantasy leftist government. Then I think even with an economic, yeah, in the scenario you have your perfect country. Yeah, I thought so, yeah. So in that scenario, I think even with an economic crisis and sanctions, yes, there would be big trouble. But a left-wing government would try to solve that by taxing the rich, by taking on national debt, and then using that money to help lift up the poor. That's what my fantasy government would do in that scenario. And if they were successful enough in doing that, then the people would still have enough food, enough well-being that Russians probably wouldn't be able to make our people rise up against the government. Like, something like this did happen, actually. Like, there was... if you've ever heard of the Soldiers of Odin, they are this right-wing... I don't know if I should call them a militia group, but they are this group of right-wingers who used to patrol the streets here in Finland, and, you know, basically their whole point was to send the message to immigrants that they're not welcome here in Finland. So yeah, some insane right-wing shit. Their leader, their founder, a man named Mika Ranta, founded a Facebook group where he said, let's take down the government, let's attack Arkadianmäki, let's burn the whole thing down. He made this Facebook group, and he wanted to build up like actual rebellion, and I think he was operating under Russian interests. I think that's probably what happened. So he didn't get a lot of support. He didn't. The Facebook group had like a few posters who were going, yeah, I can drive us, let's go. So even if they'd succeeded, it would have been like maybe 6 people coming over to attack the Finnish government. And that even that didn't end up materializing because the founder Mika Ranta went to prison before that for beating his wife for domestic abuse. So yeah, the whole thing was just a giant farce. Actually, not a giant farce, a very tiny little farce. So that's my argument. If a country is run in a way where you guarantee well-being for the poorest, most downtrodden population of your country, then these riots don't really happen even when your enemy tries to make them happen. That's my argument.
South Korea gets 35%, so we want them to come and help us with the strait. We have it in very good shape. The countries, I said, we've already taken care of Iran, but now, because of the fact that literally a single terrorist can put something in the water or shoot something or shoot a missile, a small missile, and it's fairly close range because it is a tight area, and which is one of the reasons they've always used that as a weapon. Iran has always used that as an economic weapon, and it's not going to be able to be used very long.
It will be. Iran will be able to do this for as long as they please.
Some are
Nothing's
very
stopping them.
enthusiastic about it, and some aren't. Some are countries that we've helped for many, many years. We've protected them from horrible outside sources, and they weren't that enthusiastic. And the level of enthusiasm matters to me. We have some countries where we have 45,000 soldiers, great soldiers, protecting them from harm's way. And we have done a great job. And when we want to know, do you have any minesweepers? Well, would rather not get involved, sir. I said, for 40 years we're protecting you, and you don't want to get involved in something that is very minor, very few shots going to be taken because they don't have many shots left. But they said, we'd rather not get involved. I just want the fake news media and everybody else to remember that that was said, because I've been a big critic of all of the protecting of countries, because I know that we'll protect them, and if we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for.
You do realize that the reason these countries are not helping you is because you first made a big deal out of you not being there to support them. Like, the Trump administration has, for a long time now, well, it hasn't been around for that long, but anyway, since day one, they've been saying that they don't like their European allies, they hate them, they're freeloaders, and they're not gonna help them. So, yeah, what did you think we'd say to an unsanctioned war, to this monstrous murder operation you're running here? Like, what did you think we'd say? I'm not sure about that. I think that the sanctions can still impact you enough to cause riots even with a perfect taxation system. I don't think it's just Iran's fault for not having such a system, and that now the solution is to just let these rioters win. Keep in mind, these aren't good people. They support Israel and America. I can tell you from my experience, these are hated by most Iranians. I don't know the protesters personally, but that might be true. Even then, if it comes down to you killing them, that is wrong. I don't like death. I don't like killing. They're still your own people. It's like, I don't like the perussuomalaiset here in Finland. I don't like them. They're loud, they're boorish, they're obnoxious, and they're racist. They're bigots, and they hate my LGBTQIA plus friends. I don't like them. But do I think they should be killed? No. No, I do not want to see even the most bigoted portion of our population shot to death on the streets. I do not want to see that. I never want to see that. So it should never escalate to that point. Like I said, whatever led to that, the game is already lost if you have to kill a portion of your population. It's lost. We don't even have the death penalty here in Finland. We don't kill people. Our state doesn't kill people. Feels more like a dictatorship? Well, yeah. When they support the enemy rather than their own country and actively fight together on the side of the invaders, are they truly still Iranians? Are they different than IDF planes in the air dropping bombs with their Molotovs? And even if you think they are, now what? Do you stop them with prison or like tasers? Once the situation has escalated that far, the now what is a very good question, which I don't have like a moral answer to. Like, let's say a good example of that would be in Africa. Which country was it? Wait, let me Google that so I don't talk out of my ass. It was Burkina Faso. Yeah, it was Burkina Faso. Isn't the punishment for treason in Finland life in prison? Yeah, maybe. Maybe it is. I think it might be, yeah. Anyway, yeah, Burkina Faso had this revolutionary leader, Thomas Sankara. He won through revolution, took power, and from what I hear, actually tried his very hardest to run Burkina Faso fairly, give well-being to the poor, build hospitals, and he did imprison his political enemies. But to his credit, the fact that he didn't kill his political enemies led to his death. His political enemies killed him. So, hey, Vittor Benedetti, welcome to Wokeri Pokeri. We were talking about Trump and Iran over here, and I started talking about, like, what is the ethical thing a country should do in a no-win situation, like the Iran riots. Anyway, yeah, I was talking about Burkina Faso and Thomas Sankara, and he didn't kill his political allies, okay? So, because of that, he got assassinated. I heard the French were behind the assassination. What should he have done? What should Thomas Sankara have done to help his country? I found your live stream using the tag leftist. I'm from Brazil and you're from Finland. Yeah, that's right. Well, greetings to Brazil. Yeah, I'm from Finland. This is like, this is Wokeri Pokeri. We are Finland's #1 politics live stream, which, as you can tell by our numbers, is not that much, but still, we run this little ship here, and we've done this for over a year now. We talk about politics, we hang out, we play video games, stuff like that. But welcome to Wokeri Pokeri. Make sure to follow the channel. You can join our Discord too, if the link's in the channel description, and I'm always sending out notifications when we're live into the Discord if you wanna join us. Anyway, yeah, what would have been the optimal choice for Thomas Sankara in the situation he was in? I don't know. I do not know. It's not even just that. First of all, the punishment for treason in Iran is death, just like America. This is the case in 30 to 40% of the world, but even outside of that, these policemen aren't going to approach some group of armed guys with Molotovs and try to detain them. They will throw the Molotov on top of you and burn you alive. What can they do except just shoot them? I'm acknowledging the like volatility of that situation. However, my point was, yes, maybe you are then in a no-win situation. And that is if we accept all your premises about these not having been legitimate grievances. But, well, actually, that's the part I am having difficulty accepting, because, like I said, in Finland, you don't have these big marching armies of dissidents, because Russia would certainly like them to be here. If it was possible for them to do that, then they would. But we keep our people... Oh, you mentioned the sanctions, that the sanctions could cost us that badly. They could. They could. I'm saying even then, you need to keep trying and make your country as livable as possible. And now, if you look at the policies of the Ayatollah, as a progressive leftist, I do not agree with all of them. So, yeah, I do have some disagreements with how Iran is run. Having said that, the United States has no business attacking it. Iran is a sovereign country. Iran is a pretty rational country. Like, they don't do insane geopolitical shit. They don't attack neighboring countries for no reason, like Israel does, and like Russia does, and like the United States is now doing. Not neighboring countries in the United States' case, but still sovereign countries. So yeah, I am fully pro-Iran in this conflict. That's the important distinction here. However, I'm not fully pro-Ayatollah regime. It's not satisfactory for me as a progressive leftist. Here in Brazil, we will have general elections in October of this year. Lula will be running for another term, his fourth non-consecutive term, which will be his last term as president, given that he's already 80 years old. I've heard of Lula over there. I hear he's pretty based, and I hear they tried to, like... I hear your opposition tried to like shut him down, tried to send him to prison. Like, there's been a lot of attempts to destabilize Lula's regime, but he's pulled through. That's what I hear. I don't know a lot about what's going on in Brazil, but I hear Lula's pretty based.
A long period of time, just like I knew about the Strait, that it would be a weapon, which I predicted a long time ago. Predicted all of this stuff. You guys were very generous in that. I predicted all of it. I predicted Osama bin Laden would knock out the World Trade Center. I made that prediction a year before he did. I said, you better get him. He's a bad guy. I watched him be interviewed one time, and I said, that's a bad guy. You better get him. 1 year before, exactly. I wrote it in a book. You can even check. About a year before the World Trade Center then came down.
The highest estimates for Shah supporters in Iran is 30%. Not all of those are extreme enough to go to these rallies. Keep in mind, 30% is the highest estimate made by Iran's enemies. This is in no way a majority-supported movement. These protesters are better called ralliers and border terrorists. They are 100% not legitimate according to anyone here. They march with 3 flags. 1, the Israeli flag, 2, the American flag, and 3, the Shah version of the Iranian flag. These 3 are all on the same side. Okay, that might be, and I am no fan of the Shah. Like, that shit was fucked up. Like, putting in power just an American puppet, I can see how no one reasonable would be happy with that. So you're not gonna find any Shah fans here. But my question still remains, how did it get to such a point in Iran? And besides all that, I'm not a fan of the Ayatollah's policies. I don't like the I don't like the I don't like how LGBTQIA plus rights are not like acknowledged in Iran properly. I'm as a progressive leftist, I'm not a fan of the Ayatollah. My party will support Lula from the first round. I believe that Lula's coalition will include 6 or 7 parties. Oh, okay. That's. I hope he wins. We need all the leftist countries we can get. It's here in Finland. We are unfortunately suffering from the most right-wing government we've had since the Second World War. It's bad. They've really crashed the economy. They've created unemployment in massive amounts. They've created homelessness in massive amounts. It's just, you shouldn't give a country to right-wingers. They don't know how to run a country. They just don't.
President Clinton actually had a shot at him and he didn't take it. Unfortunately, I'm not blaming him for that, but he didn't take it. And he ended up knocking down the World Trade Center, but I predicted that too. I predicted a lot of things. We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend
Here's
on
Trump gloating about what a smart boy he is.
Blood.
Classic Trump.
These people literally need it. 95% of their energy or their oil comes out of the strait, and they should be in here very happily helping us. And it's incredible. We have such great, we're number 1 in oil by double now. We drill, baby, drill. We're double any other nation, and it's going to be soon triple any other nation. And that doesn't include Venezuela, who's been great. By the way, the relationship with Venezuela has been fantastic. Millions, literally millions of barrels of oil.
Who is the Prime Minister of Finland? Petteri Orpo. He is the head of our second most right-wing political party, Kokoomus, which is like a libertarian right-wing party. At least that's what they say. But you know, the thing about libertarians is like, so they say they're right-wing economics, but left-wing on social issues. That's what they say. Or like progressive on social issues. That's what they say. But in this government, the Perussuomalaiset party that they've formed the government with, our most right-wing party, has been horribly racist. Just this term, they've made these... There was this trend on the internet where Perussuomalaiset made like Chinese eyes with their fingers and posted pics of themselves like mocking Asians. And that got so bad that Asian countries started contacting Finland like, we don't want to do business with you if you keep being this horribly racist. And of course, Kokoomus, our right-wing libertarian party, did nothing. They did nothing. They have twice made a comment about how there is a zero tolerance towards racism in their government, but still nothing's come of it. To me, it's sad people don't probably spend enough attention in history classes to realize and remember we got our well-being and welfare and lifted the Finland from the mud up to first world countries list by left wings. Well, liberals and SDP, but still. Yeah, that's true. Like, people in Finland will say, I hate leftists. That's a common sentiment here in Finland, which is weird, right? We're one of the most leftist, if not the most leftist country. But still, people will be like, I hate leftists. You ask a guy on the street, like, who are you gonna vote for? And the likeliest answer, in my experience, is, well, anyone but leftists. 54 to 56% of Finnish people self-identify as right-wingers. And I think that's insane. When Finnish happiness, Finnish education, Finnish healthcare, all of this is built on leftist politics. All of it. It's all leftism. It's all leftism. And these same people, they're like, I hate leftists. It's just that the right-wingers have better PR. That's what it is. Have Communist Party in Finland? Yes, Finland does have a Communist Party. However, the Finnish Communist Party is a small party that's never been, to my knowledge, never been in the government. So, yeah, the Finnish Communist Party does say some pretty based things, but they never get elected. Personally, I will estimate that less than 10% are Shah supporters. Your disagreements with the Islamic Republic of Iran are general things that you would disagree with most of the Middle East and Africa. Yeah, I agreed. And most of the world for that matter. The Shah in no way is closer to your values than he... Oh, I agree. I agree. I'm not debating you there. The Shah is in no way closer to my values. I agree. These aren't leftist protesters. I agree with that as well. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right on the money there. The Shah is a corrupt monarch who wants to give Iranian oil to America. Yes, I agree. No argument. You are correct. Who gives speeches about how women are useless. Yes, I agree. Right. I see your link, but I don't need to click on it to know that you are correct. I believe you. Yes. Point very well made, and I think you're right. The protesters are not leftists who are out to improve the government. Like, not all of them. I think there might be some feminist protesters as well, because I've heard about that. I've heard that feminist movements in Iran are also protesting. So those ones are good guys. But yeah, I'm sure that the ones who are like aligned with the Shah are in no way better. I do agree there. But you know what? I don't think these bullets are only aimed at the Shah supporters. I think they mow down a lot of the feminists too. Does Finland have a president? But I think he has less power than our president in Brazil. Yes, Finland does have a president. Our president is Alexander Stubb, who is also from the Kokoomus party, the right-wing libertarian party. He's next to useless. He, in all of his speeches, he keeps saying stuff like, oh, I wish people would just help one another so we could have a better, so everything could be better for the poor and the suffering. So yeah, that's the right-wing libertarian answer to suffering. I wish people would help one another. Yeah, well, they're not doing that, so it's your job now, government. The government should help people. That's what I think. Because what we see out there is what is already happening. If you've got homeless people out there, then the current state of affairs is that people aren't helping them. So, yeah, definitely the government needs to help poor people. That's how it should be. But our president never talks about that because he doesn't believe that. Now, what is he good for? In foreign countries where Alexander Stubb goes to visit, he's actually pretty well received. He's soft-spoken. He knows many languages and is fluent in a lot of languages, and he is he is well spoken enough to say some good sound bites that make Finland sound smart. So places like that, he's doing an okay job. But within the country, he's supporting the right-wing way of doing things, which is leading to disastrous results. From what I've seen, there are direct elections for president, like in Brazil. Yes, there are. We have our presidential terms last for 6 years, and after those 6 years are done, then you can still get a second term. So yeah, 12 years maximum.
And it's been a great help, and it's been to their great benefit. The president has done a really good job. We get along with him really well. But we've taken out millions of barrels of oil and brought to Houston and other places for to the refineries. We have refineries set up specifically for that, and it's been a great relationship. And more and more is happening. It's a tremendous oil source, and we're stepping it up very rapidly. The big companies are going in, and they will actually numbers in a pretty short period of time. Numbers that they've never been able to do, we'll be doing. There's a lot of oil under that land. We strongly encourage the other nations to get involved with us and get involved quickly and with great enthusiasm. I have that from a number of them, and I'd like to say their names, but frankly, I don't know if they would want me to or not, because maybe they don't want to be targeted.
What is?
But I say, wouldn't matter if you're targeted or not, because this is a paper tiger that we're dealing with now. It wasn't a paper tiger 2 weeks ago. It's a paper tiger
Yeah, okay.
now.
So Trump is still babbling on about how Iran is falling any second now, which is not true. Iran can deal with these attacks. They will. The loss of life will be horrifying. But Iran is not giving up, and Iran can keep controlling the Hormuz Strait, and they can keep raising oil prices for everyone. Bombing them is stupid. That's all there is. It's stupid.
And I don't know that it ever really reached that stage, but it will over a period of time. We're rebuilding it. It's in very, very bad condition. It's been let. It's been somewhat of a disaster, to be honest with you. It's been let go to hell. That's what they've done. They did a poor job. They spent money in the wrong places. They built some theaters underneath that nobody uses, little ones, tiny theaters that cost $300 million, and the money was spent incorrectly, wrong. We're dealing with some networks on the possibility of renting those little theaters. Nobody's going to use them. They want the big halls. The halls are going to be incredible. They're in bad shape.
Such a Trump thing. Just start babbling about beautiful buildings.
Something that could be unbelievable. So
I remember the last Trump speech we looked at live here in. Well, this isn't live. This is from last night. But the last one we looked at live, he was babbling about the gold curtains in the White House.
There was no happier woman in the world than Angela Merkel. Angela. She called me, "Thank you, sir, thank you." Although she liked Rick a lot, there was nobody happier that he was no longer going to be the ambassador to Germany. He was difficult for them. He was not your typical ambassador. He was the opposite. He would do what was best for the United States, not for Germany. And I want to tell you, he did a great job. So good that I put him in charge of a thing called intelligence. And something he didn't really want to do, but he did it, and he did it incredibly well. There were a lot of leaks.
Feminists in Iran generally support the Ayatollah. Here are two quotes so you can see why. Khamenei says, "Women's achievements in intellectual centers in the Islamic Republic are unprecedented in Iran's history. We've never had this many women, scholars, and intellectuals in Iran. Praise God, our women are among the best in global science, political, and athletic fields." And the Shah says, "You have never produced a Michelangelo or even a great cook. You are schemers. You are evil, all of you." Okay, well, yeah, I can see how those two quotes really really have the Ayatollah winning in those particular cases. Here the president serves a 4-year term with the possibility of re-election, but can then run again, unlike in the US, which is what happened with Lula. He was president twice, waited a few years, and was then elected again. Right, well, I think that's for the best so far, because Lula is probably such a good pick for you guys, so probably leads to better results right now. I think maybe in the future you guys might want to limit terms, but because it's been tried and tested that it leads to less corruption, but still, like, no hate on Lula. But yeah, we could take a look at the Ayatollah after we're done with this one. I don't know that much. Hi, woke bros. Just got back from playing the shitty game of Mahjong. Welcome back, Fistbeam. We were just looking at a Trump speech. He started babbling about beautiful buildings again. Yeah, what up? Yeah, we're listening to Trump talk about... This was last night that Trump gave an update on the conflict with Iran. He's already said that... they've already crippled the Iranian military. They've crippled their ships. They've completely taken away their ability to drop mines. But then he corrected them himself. Well, maybe they can still drop some mines. Yeah, and then he started blaming all the European countries for not coming over to help him. He said, yeah, I knew they don't protect us, even though we always protect them. Even when he's the one who's been shit-talking Europe his entire, entire second term. So yeah, that's where we're at.
He found out the leakers, and when he didn't find out who the leaker was in a certain area, he fired everybody. And he went into one room where there was leaks coming out. These are long-term problems that these various places have had. And he said, who's the one that leaked this? And they wouldn't admit it, so he fired the whole room. And he did a good job, I'll tell you. He was very good. And during this transition period, I asked Rick if he would run it, because we wanted to see. And if you remember when we
now
first
I think
took it
he's
over,
babbling about a German ambassador or
I
something.
did it because somebody had to do it. I had to turn it around because it was failing. It would have closed, and physically it would have almost fallen down. It was in very bad shape. The steel columns outside, as an example, were meant to be covered. You know, exposed steel is unusual to have in building. What I do best in life is build. I build buildings really well and under budget and ahead of schedule. That's what I do. Unlike the Fed building, which is going to cost billions of dollars. It may never open. I mean, right now, we have a wonderful Kevin, a wonderful new head of the Fed coming in. I don't know if he'll ever be able to occupy this complex that was destroyed by Jerome Too Late Powell. I call him too late because he's always too late with interest. Should cut interest rates. He should cut them right now. They should have
he's babbling.
What's a
this is
better
an
time to cut
update
interest
on the
rates than
Iran
now?
war,
A
and he's
third-grade student would know
babbling.
that. But that's a terrible thing. But what I do is build. I build great stuff. And what we're going to do is,
what
right
Ogre
outside,
Chief
in
do is
fact,
build. Ogre
look
Chief
behind
build
me.
great stuff.
See the nice gold curtains? You wanna look into a nice
He's talking
animation,
about the
and you
curtains
wanna see a lot
again.
of work.
He
Very
loves
deep.
those curtains.
Very, very deep for specific reasons.
It's
We have
always the curtains with this guy.
a magnificent ballroom being built, because this is the biggest room, and it holds like 98 people for dinner. But behind me, you're going to have a ballroom that's going to... that this
Fuck,
building
they could
and the
literally
people
replace him with AI,
occupying it in
and the robot
particular,
would do a
every
better
president
job,
for
right?
150 years has clamored for a ballroom.
The
large,
robot would
beautiful
make more
room.
sense. Yeah,
This
the
is a
robot wouldn't
cocktail
start
room.
babbling
And
nonsense.
this will actually be, this whole floor will end
If
up
you
being a
prompted
cocktail room
ChatGPT
for
like,
the cocktail
you are
area,
Donald
free
Trump,
area for the
talk
ballroom,
about
for
the
dinners, so we'll have
Iran war.
Heads of state. We can't even do a heads of state dinner.
I bet we should
Usually what
prompt
they
that.
do
Let's
is
try
they
that. Let's
would
do that
do 'em
after
on the
this.
lawn with
Let's
a tent.
prompt
But
ChatGPT and
when it
see
rains, the
what
lawn,
it says.
Is very low, and you know the land in Washington. It was built on swampy, wet land, and when it rains, and you have the king of Saudi Arabia, we have as an example the king of the UK. I would say king of England. There was a great guy.
I
He's
would care
coming in
less about his
very
stupid
soon.
room. I
And when
want
it
to know
rains,
more
you know what
about the
happened?
war
In
in
the rain,
Iran.
you go over the
Yeah,
feet,
like
you'll
that's
be
what
about
this
4 or 5
speech
inches
is
over their
ostensibly
shoes. This was
for,
not
but
good.
he keeps talking
and it
about the
rained a lot.
fucking curtains and the
So we're building
beautiful
Finally, 'cause
buildings.
I do that. And by the way, no taxpayer money. I want to put that zero. It's going to be, it's on time, on budget. It'll be under budget. Be literally, we're having it under budget, other than we've upgraded it in terms of the marbles we're using. We're using onyx and stones that are
He's
incredible.
talking about what
But,
marble
it'll
they're
be,
using for
it'll be something
building
really
shit. Shut up.
Spectacular. I'm looking at Mr. Steve Wynn,
Why?
who's over there. He built a
That's
spectacular
Steve over
building, and
there.
he
I
does
like
Trump
that guy.
builds a
I
spectacular
like
building. I
Steve.
build better buildings than him. I don't care what he said. But Steve is over here, and he really, with his incredible wife,
Fucking
Andrea.
Trump.
And thank you both for being here. Andrea's on the board, and Steve is so in love with his wife, he asked whether or not he could come. And I can say the same thing for the great Bob Kraft. He's got a wife that's so wonderful. He said, "Do you think I could come?" She didn't have to accept that, you know. She could have said no.
Ogre
Bob
Chief
said, "I
hit
would like
enemy
to come."
shield with
So,
club today.
Bob, we
Hit
will-
many
we
times
will not
very
let you
strong.
vote, although
But
his
Ogre
vote would
Chief
be a good
always
vote.
think
He will
about
vote
when
for the
come
proper
back to
thing.
build bigger
But it's
huts.
good to have you both here. These are two great couples.
Ogre
that know a
Chief
lot
build
about
bigger
the
hut.
things I'm talking
Use
about,
better
like
rock.
Fixing, whether it's building a stadium or building a building, we know they know how to do
This
it.
should
So
be his
thank you,
politics,
Steve, very much.
babbling about marble floors and curtain
we
materials.
made incredible strides over the
right?
past
Like this is
year.
more his
If you
forte
remember, I said, I
than
wanna run it
doing
for a year
war
just to see, 'cause the
abroad.
place is falling
Fucking
down.
Trump.
It's horrible. Air conditioning heating is going to be ripped out in its entirety, and
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying the Shah is feminist. I am not saying that. I am not saying that. So yeah, that
we have 50
I do hear
more
you.
than that, actually, and it's in bad shape. Everything's in bad shape. It's got to be redone. So I said, let's run it for a year just to see how it works.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they do. Like, also, I am not for banning the hijab. I am not for banning the niqab, the burqa. I don't support banning any item of clothing. Hello, y'all. What's the topic of the day? Well, right now, we're looking at, just last night, Trump gave an update on the conflict with Iran. However, we are 18 minutes into this bad boy, and this guy here, he's talking about, we build big, beautiful buildings. We build buildings. We make them from onyx. We've changed the marbles. We make them from onyx now, and these curtains, the lovely curtains. Steve over there. Steve came here with his wife. That's Steve right over there. So yeah, that's been this fucking speech. Age of Empires Trump edition, a game where you only care about marble floors. Wouldn't even ban the MAGA baseball cap? No, I would not even ban that. I just don't believe in banning items of clothing. I think that's silly. I don't think any progress gets made by banning items of clothing. So same as usual, yes.
The best way, I mean, what I know best in the world is construction. The best way to do it is close it, do it properly, and reopen it, have a grand reopening.
Again.
When it's finished, it's going to be far better than it was when it was originally built. When it was originally built, it was good. It has one thing that's very good. It has great sound. I think there's a lot of luck in sound. You have some of the big opera houses. I don't want to get involved.
I like buildings. I like talking about buildings.
Where the acoustics were never good.
Could I get a job where I just talk about buildings all day? I don't want to talk about the war in Iran. I don't care about that. I just like big buildings, big marble buildings, gold curtains.
A lot of it has to do with the stones and the.
This guy should not have become president. He doesn't like doing the president's job. He just loves buildings.
To restore the true purpose and prestige that this building will soon gain, I think, at a higher level than it had before. Together, we're going to ensure it remains the finest and will become the finest performing arts facility anywhere in the world. It's got the location, and it will have the building. It's got good bones. It's got good structure. Again, they wanted to originally cover the exposed steel. It was painted a cheap gold.
This is what MAGA people likes. Apparently, I have no idea. Like,
very heavy coat of very.
Truth be told, Syndicate, I don't think MAGA people listen to Donald Trump.
White paint meant for.
I think Fistby made this point. I think maybe they just
like
listen to Fox News
a stone over the top of it.
Clips
and
of Donald
color
Trump.
Is white, shiny white, and it looks. A lot of people have commented.
A shiny white
better.
Marble. I love it so much. Good marble.
Gold,
I like buildings with shiny white marble.
There's actually never been a paint that's made that will look like gold. Steve will tell you that. You can't. You either gold leaf it.
Keep talking about Steve. Yeah, Steve. Steve's right over there. I like Steve. Hello, Steve. Hello, Steve. Hello, Steve's wife.
Little minor thing for the.
Steve's wife is beautiful. I love Steve's wife.
That. But there's never been a paint. I said someday I'm going to discover a paint where you don't have to actually use
Trump,
gold leaf.
Man.
Gold leaf is a very, very big and expensive process, but it's a beautiful thing.
Hashtag gay for Steve.
So we got rid of the gold
you got
columns,
that right.
Always terrible. They look cheap.
Who doesn't love
fake.
Steve?
Very much like the media, actually. And we took the columns and we
38% of Americans think this is what a president should be like. That's also true. That is his approval rating.
We structuralized them. We replaced a bad steel that was very badly
Who?
rusted.
It's just Steve. He likes Steve. Steve's standing right over there. Steve's awesome. Steve brought his wife. Did you hear about that?
Bad shape. It's not even describable how bad this building was, both inside and out. I want to thank Rick Grinnell. You really did a great job, Rick, on this, and we appreciate it. I'm looking for the next.
I don't know.
Because he really was.
Oh, you probably mean you pity them, not envy them.
He didn't get fired. He was here for a short period of time, for a year, figuring it out with Matt and everybody else. And Matt now is going to take over. And
that's probably what Syndicate meant.
Great at construction.
Both. Oh, both at the same time.
Facility too. He's fallen in love with it.
Can you imagine that being like your dirty talk? Oh, I make big white beautiful buildings, big white shiny marble buildings with gold curtains. The gold curtains are going to look so beautiful. Can you imagine that being your dirty talk?
Not too many times, right? So anyway, I learned from him. So I want to thank also Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's been fantastic. I don't know, is Pam here someplace? Oh, hello, Pam. Good. She's been great. And the Speaker of the House, he's got the easiest job of anybody in government. He's got a majority of 2. I don't like to say 1 because it varies, but between 1, 2, and 3. And I think you're the only man that's ever lived that's able to be very happy about it. In fact, when we get up to 3, every once in a while we get up to 3. Actually, for a period of time, we had it up to 4, and then we had a death. And death is very.
Is that the plot of the Melania film? Probably.
And you have a majority of 2 or 3, but we had a death, and then we had another death, and we had some things, and it's. But we're looking very strong. We had one man who was very ill. It looked like he wasn't going to make it. I don't know. I won't mention his name.
I already have no idea what he's talking about anymore. Yeah, that's a Trump speech.
Go ahead. Tell him the story.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Congressman Neil Dunn of Florida had some real health challenges, and it was very serious.
Something else interesting about the Shah is that he cheated on his wife with a man, in the words of his wife, and don't get mad at me, these are not my words. He was a homosexual who detested women. Makes him very unpopular to the vast majority of Iranians. Well, that doesn't surprise me much. Like,
He would be dead
I mean,
by June.
he was probably right-wing
went
as
public,
hell,
but
and a
yeah,
lot of
okay,
these
that's-
right-wingers are
it
like
was
closeted
grim. That's what I was gonna
homosexuals.
say.
So there is that.
With a heart problem, by the way. This was a heart problem.
Oh, this is where he leaked the. Oh, this right here. This is where he leaked some medical information that he was not supposed to say. Yeah,
He's a
yeah.
real champion and a patriot because he's still coming to work. And if others got this diagnosis, they would be apt to go home and retire. And
What
spend
was
time
the
with family.
diagnosis?
It was. I mean, I think it was a terminal diagnosis.
He would be dead by June.
Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay. That's,
Okay, that wasn't
it was-
public,
it
but
was
yeah,
grim.
okay.
That's what I was going to say. I don't think
With
he
a
was
heart
my-
problem, by the way. This was a heart problem.
So,
Trump just
long story
keeps.
short, the president called.
He just like private health information, and he just leaks it. Just yeah, that's the kind of guy he is.
To encourage him and thank him, and they had a conversation, and the president mentioned in the course of the conversation, you know how to get my doctors involved, and they did, and within a number of hours, they took him to Walter Reed, emergency surgery. The man has a new lease on life. He acts like he's 30 years younger, and he walked into the conference meeting, and we thought we'd seen a ghost. And I spoke with him over the weekend, and he's encouraged and thankful, and he thanks the president for his leadership and intervention, and thank you.
He
It was
actually
amazing.
called Mike. Mike called me and he said, "Sir, we're up by 3, but we're going to lose 1 by June." I said, "Who?" Neil Dunn. He's a
Trump doesn't
Congress-
even
great
admit it is a war. Yeah,
Incredible.
he
called to
does
say
and he
that he was
doesn't.
terminal.
He like sometimes
really bad
calls it a
heart.
war on
nothing they
accident,
can
maybe
do.
a slip up. But yeah,
said,
then
"That's
he
bad."
won't admit it's a
Number
war.
one, it was
Yeah,
bad 'cause I
that's
liked him.
that is true.
Number 2, it was bad because I needed
He
his vote.
declassified it.
But he
That's
really
true.
said-
He
he said,
he
"Mike,
declassified
I'm
this
gonna last this out for the
person's heart
president and
condition.
you, and however long I live, I mean, it looks like June is the time, but however long I live, I'm going to be voting for you. I mean, how many people are going to say that? Most of them are going to say, "Mike, I'm retiring immediately. That's the end."
He's an extraordinary
But
man.
he didn't do that. It really was really impressive. And then I realized I have doctors in the White House. The White House doctors are incredible, and they've helped me with other people. They're helping me with people right now. People that are very sick are like they're miracle workers. And I said I have to call them, and I called the 2 doctors. They're both great, and they immediately went over to see the congressman, and he was on the operating table like 2 hours later.
Yeah.
And it was a long operation. They gave him more stents and more everything that you could have. I think he's got
Trump,
everything
I
that you
don't
could
think
possibly
Trump's
have.
dying,
And they called up,
unfortunately.
They said, "Sir, I think he'll be
Like
fine."
they've been saying
He
he's
had-
dying for a while, but
said,
no,
"Think
I
he'll
don't.
be fine."
Unfortunately,
And
I
Mike was telling me the
I
story
wouldn't be
the
that
other day he
optimistic.
came into a meeting for the first time in a long while. Go ahead.
Well, it was incredible. I mean, he has a new lease on life. He has more energy than a man half his age, and very encouraged and encouraged all of us. So again, a testament to great leadership. And he's my hat's off to Neil Dunn and his beautiful wife and family. He's an extraordinary individual.
And just, because I don't want to have a terrible story about this, I did it for him first and for the vote second. But it was a close second, actually. But I did it for the vote second. All right? I want to also introduce Susie Wiles, who's fantastic. She's our chief of staff. And she's an amazing person, an amazing fighter. And she announced a minor difficulty, which will be in good shape. He'll be around for a long time. She had a diagnosis. You probably saw it. And she's going to take care of it immediately as opposed to waiting. She said, "Let's do it now." I said, "Do it immediately." Because with that particular ailment, the faster the better. That's the only thing I know about it. The faster the better. She's going to do it immediately. So she just started, actually. And she's going to be in great shape. The prognosis there is excellent, beyond excellent. So,
Thank you, sir.
but who needs it, right?
That's right.
Who needs it? So before we took over, just a year ago, this wonderful place was on the verge of literally on the verge of collapse, both from a financial standpoint, maybe more from a financial standpoint, but also from a physical standpoint. Necessary maintenance has been ignored. The programming was very woke and out of touch with reality. We had an orchestra that lost like $18 million a year, and they subsidized it every year. So what kind of an orchestra loses 18? And I'm being nice when I say 18, it was much more. And I started looking at the programming. They had tremendous union difficulties, like 19 different unions, and driving everybody crazy. And I think the unions are going to be great. I've always gotten along
Programming
with unions,
was very woke.
I got great union support. But you had 19 unions. Every time somebody wanted to put on a play, they had to deal with 19 different groups of people. And it's they say it was like Broadway, but worse. And you don't get worse than Broadway when it comes to the unions. I've watched that for many years. The programming was terrible. And they had a budget deficit of about $26 million.
Shit ton of woo-woo comments. Yeah, it's so woke.
Borrowing money, which is a lot of people don't understand. So under the leadership of this exceptionally talented and rich board, it's a very rich board. Not everybody, but most of you are loaded.
He is babbling so much that I am actually having difficulty
ended up being the largest
keeping track of what the topic is.
Was it $100 or less?
He's supposed to be addressing the conflict with Iran. He's not... The speech is almost done.
Disney, right? But then they went woke and he sold the stock. He didn't like.
Disney went woke.
Right, but he's
Mickey Mouse is woke now.
Thank you, Ike. It's great. And Lori, thank you very much for being here. So I think it's Lori that's on the board.
It didn't used to be, but it is woke now, and they ruined it.
All the husbands are traveling. I think it's the White House. I got all the husbands with the wives. That's never happened. Boy, oh boy, what great relationships. My wife is going to have to speak to me. This is pretty good. The biggest guys in the country travel with their wives to come to a meeting. But it has something to do with the White House, right, Ike? Right? You don't want to see me. You want to see the White House.
He's talking like he's just
building.
sitting.
But thank you. And congratulations on
sitting down at a
Most
table.
People don't
just
know Ike Perlmutter. Isidore Perlmutter.
Oh, it's St. Patrick's Day?
And built a vast fortune.
Trump gives update on White House curtains.
Did you ever have a bad deal, like?
Disney woke? Sure, yeah.
Don't tell. See how honest he is? Most people would say no. He says one. And it couldn't have been very bad. Great to have you. So under the leadership of this board, which is, as you see, incredible, we're achieving a very dramatic and quick turnaround. We got rid of all of the DEI. Some of the news media loves DEI, but we got rid of it. Maybe you're right. Brought back patriotic and family-friendly programming, and last year we raised
got rid of all the DEI.
$130 million to keep this place
all
going.
Right then. All right.
It would have been closed. The building, let's call it the Kennedy Center from that time, was losing so much money it could not have stayed alive if we didn't come in as a group of people and a lot of wealthy people that made a lot of contributions. So with the Trump Kennedy Center honors alone, we raised
it's not
this year
in
a
this speech where he's
which was
yeah, it's not here. Yeah. Also, he gave an interview on, I think, Air Force One last night, where he called every journalist who's covering the war in Iran negatively. He said they're all guilty of treason.
Most of it we're saving for during the construction period because we'll do a much better job of it that way. Major renovations are required to keep the facility functional.
Insane as usual.
And that'll start right after July 4th. We're going to have a little bit of a celebration, not a big deal, but a little bit of a celebration on July 4th. We'll have a little party. And then after that, we close and we start construction. We're fully financed. As I announced in February, after a one-year review based on input from highly respected experts and subject to board approval today, we determined. It's a little late for the board because we've already announced it, but these are minor details. But
by the way, you and I got the apartment we applied. Oh, so you guys are going to be moving then.
The Trump Kennedy Center to the highest level of success, beauty, and grandeur is to cease the entertainment operations for
Yeah, I
a 2-year
remember
period of time
remember we talked
as
about
we
that.
complete high quality, really high quality construction. And we've already purchased
Happy for
seating,
you.
as an example. We've already purchased a lot of the marbles and some of the things that are hard to get. Getting quality marble is very hard. Takes a long time. It comes from
You're going to be
areas where it
closer
takes a
to
long time
where
to
I
mine.
live then, so I
And
can
we're
just...
getting some of the best things you can.
So it'll
The
be
marble is
easier
gonna
for
be
me to... Lots of
incredible.
room for puppers?
The,
That's that too.
The seats
It'll
that
be
we
easier
have,
for me to
the
come
seating is
over.
the highest level. Everything is the highest level. So this temporary closure will enable us to complete the work much faster and of a much higher quality. As an example,
Hell yeah,
it's hard
yeah,
to
that's right. But
show
yeah, no,
Shakespeare
that's
when you
it.
don't have any seats, you
He's
know?
not really saying...
As the
He
seats are
talked
being
about
changed,
Iran
it's not
here.
exactly a great experience.
And then
for
he
people.
just
So
started...
the right way to do it is just close it.
started
and fix it
warbling
and open
about
it.
curtains and
We'll
marble
begin
and
right
guy
after,
named
as I said,
Steve.
July 4th celebration, and
And that
thanks
was
to
like
the
most
great
of
big,
the
beautiful
speech.
bill, we
Christ!
are fully funded, ready to go, and we have tremendous amounts of money coming
Way
in from
easier to hang out
some
with people in
around
general?
the
Yeah,
table,
that's
but
right.
Also from people that are not here, but that have made very generous contributions.
Jesus
toward the Trump
Christ,
Kennedy
this guy
Center.
is such a waste of time. Like, we spend most of the politics segment just listening to this guy warble. God. God damn. Let's see if ChatGPT makes for a better United States president. You are Donald Trump. Give me an update on the Iran war. All right, I'll give it to you straight, but in the style you asked for. Okay, folks, here's what's happening. Nobody explains it better. We launched a very powerful operation, tremendous really, called Operation Epic Fury at the end of February. We hit Iran hard, very hard. Took out top leadership, including their supreme leader. Nobody thought that was even possible, but we did it. Now, where are we today? Oh, yeah, okay, so we hit them hard, but they didn't collapse. We carried out a massive bombing raid on Karg Island, a big oil hub, very important. Took out 90 plus military targets. Israel just eliminated more top Iranian officials near Tehran, big names. Iran responded by attacking across the region, classic retaliation. The global impact, and it's huge. The Strait of Hormuz, very important shipping route, is basically disrupted. Oil going crazy. Yeah, this is way more concise. Way more concise than what Donald Trump's saying. Food crisis warning, up to 45 million more people could face hunger because of this war. Oil, shipping, everything, prices up, not good. Like, yeah, this ChatGPT is being a way better United States president. Way better. There's no way he'd remember to mention this many details, not even with a teleprompter. That's true. Big picture, this is what people don't tell you. Iran's military, damaged. Iran's leadership, hit hard. But the IRGC, their power structure, is now even stronger and more aggressive. So instead of collapsing, they've gotten tougher. That's a problem. Bottom line, we're winning militarily, but it's not over. Not even close. No clear regime change. Fighting spreading across the region. Global economy feeling it. Risk of a much bigger war, very real. Yeah, okay, so way better than what the actual president just gave us. Just like way better. So, yeah, ChatGPT would at this point make for a better United States president than the actual president. I do believe that. ChatGPT 2028? He's got my vote. I mean, if you If you had to pick between Gavin Newsom and ChatGPT, I think I'd go with ChatGPT. Anyway, there was... The president of Finland talked about Europe not helping Trump. Let's see if we can translate this to English. There we go. Now, the translations might get messy because this is an auto translation. So, if you see some bad English here, that's why. Stubb in London. Europe is not helping Trump because he did not consult us. According to President Alexander Stubb, it is now important to reassure Donald Trump why he needs Europe. President Alexander Stubb considers it understandable the impetus for Britain, Germany and France to send assistance to the President Donald Trump to the Strait of Hormuz. It can't properly translate that, it seems. He estimates that the reason is the lack of consultation. If you don't consult partners in advance or tell them that something is going to happen, the approach will be different, Stubb said on Monday to students at the British prestigious London School of Economics. Trump has called on Britain and other European NATO countries to take part in a military operation in the Strait of Hormuz. According to Stubb, Finland does not have resources for it is a small country. We do not have the kind of equipment that could be sent to the area, and in any case, it is our job in the Union to take care of the northeast of Europe. Europe must assure Trump of its importance. Trump has warned European NATO allies of a very gloomy future unless they assist the United States in securing the traffic of the Strait of Hormuz. Therefore, according to Stubb, it is important to reassure Trump why he needs Europe.
I think we need to try to, again, engage and convince why it is important for the United States to stay engaged in NATO. And of course, if you reverse it, you just say, well, why do you want European help? Well, because Europeans have bases that you can use, Europeans have equipment that you can use, so they are your allies. And you know, alliances bring also responsibilities of behavior.
Yeah, but did our president talk about the decorations at Kultaranta? No, he did not. You will notice conspicuously absent in this video is Stubb talking about, I have also ordered new curtains. They are right over there and they are beautiful. Over there is Pekka. I love Pekka. Pekka brought his wife. Like, yeah, you'll notice Stubb doesn't say shit like that. Didn't even talk about Steve. Yeah, that's true. Stubb emphasized a significant difference in the current US approach compared to previous conflicts. In Libya, Iraq, and Afghanistan, the United States had supremacy. But at the same time, it consulted two channels: international institutions or the UN. If the United States failed here, then it consulted the allies, he explained. That's probably like, yeah, if they fail, they should consult the allies, or they fail because they don't consult the allies, is probably what it says here. This time the situation... Oh, yeah, back then, yeah, they'd consult allies when things didn't work or something like that. This time the situation is different. The United States did not contact its Western allies before attacking Iran. Stubb is now calling for need for peace and end of tension, I think, maybe. I do not see that the United States or Iran would like to end the war. Stubb is following reforms to the UN Secretary Council. Stubb also presented major reform proposals to university students at the UN Security Council. According to him, the number of members of the council should be doubled. New members would become one of Latin America, two from Africa, and two from Asia. Stubb mentioned India as an obvious candidate for Asia. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we are not sending help to Iran because the United States did not consult us before attacking. They just attacked and are now expecting help. That's not how this shit works. Yeah, these AI translations are really shitty. You should use the official English articles instead where possible, but very few articles have official translations, unfortunately. Yeah, that is how it is. But it's good enough that we got the general gist of what's going on with our president. By the way, the words of Khomeini are not empty. Under the Islamic Republic of Iran, the female literacy went from... Okay, alright. Well, if they did make those improvements, then I am happy that they made those improvements. But no, as a leftist, I do not support an Islamic regime no more than I'd support a Christian regime. Like, I think church and state should be separate, but still, yeah, Look, we are on the same side in this conflict. We might disagree on some key details, but it's a broad umbrella and we are both under that umbrella. Like, I am generally, like, more pro-Iran than I am pro-United States, so we are on the same side here. No, but I also do not support Trump's attack on Iran. It's stupid and evil. Yeah, there's that's basically it, yeah. Like I would like to see, like, progressivism and democracy. That's what I want to see. Social democracy. So, of course, I'm not going to be a huge fan of any regime that is not heading in that direction, but doesn't mean I support their opposition in that country. That's not how it works. Broadly, we are on the same side here. It's a big umbrella and we're both under it. Anyway, I was browsing through Yle and there was this one thing I wanted to talk about where a teacher switched up computers in the classroom for pens and erasers. And it produced good results. And that was pretty interesting to me because I am very much pro-technology. But apparently we are finding out that technology plus small children is not always a perfect mix. Like, having a computer instead of a pen and an eraser will give you more distractions. And in the classroom, those things will lead to worse results in some cases. At least that's what it looks like here. So, yeah. Teacher switched computers to pens and... Oh, it doesn't even translate erasers, but yeah. Results began to appear immediately. Digitalization of oxygen materials. What does it really say over there? Do I have a way to, like, can I translate it? Can I turn it back to Finnish? I don't know. I don't know what this is. This is nonsense. This is obviously nonsense. Nails and paper. Okay, so this translation is so terrible, so uniquely horrible that we're not getting anything from this. Yeah, this translation is horrible. We can't really use this for anything. Let's see if we can... Yeah, let's open it up again and I'll see if I can translate it better myself. So a teacher switched up computers for pens and erasers in class, and the results started to show immediately. Oppimateriaali, and that was translated to oxygen. Learning materials is the digits. There's been like a counter reaction to the digitalization of learning materials. And one high school has increased the usage. Lukio is not exactly high school, but it's like people around 16 to 18-year-olds. Added the use of pen and paper. Well, I know if you're an atheist, you're not going to agree 100% with Iran, but either way, I would say they are way more similar to your political views than the alternative groups that want to be governing that area, and then the Gulf monarchies in the region and most countries in this world. I think you might be right. Like, yeah, like Fistbeam, I agree that bad things happen in those countries, but or in Iran to dissidents, but also, yeah, it's not like the neighboring countries are that great either. So I think Iran is better off staying in Iranian hands than the hands of outsiders. So even if I don't like the Ayatollah, I still think he should be in charge of Iran instead of any outside occupying force. Like, that's what I think. And I think that reform should come to Iran from within. So, yeah, that's my opinion. I don't have to be a fan of the regime to think that they shouldn't be fucking invaded. In my opinion, laws and government shouldn't be based on any religion. There's so many of them, and some, if not all, are discriminatory towards certain minorities. Yeah, that's for sure. People should be able to practice their religion, but it shouldn't mandate be used to make laws. Yeah, that we are in agreement. Agreed on that 100%. The invasion serves no purpose and isn't going to bring anything good to Iranians or anyone else. Yeah, so we over here might be a little bit too woke for the Ayatollah, okay? That's just how we are here. We are a woke bunch over here at Wokeri Pokeri. But we still think the Ayatollah should be left in charge of Iran. At least until such a point when the Iran people themselves somehow create a democracy out of that. I don't know how that would happen. Revolutions don't usually lead to good outcomes, so I'm not suggesting a revolution would be a good thing. I don't know. I don't really know what's the best and most peaceful way to turn a dictatorship into a democracy. However, that's what I want. That won't happen with a foreign invasion. So none of us here at Wokeri Pokeri are pro-foreign invasion of Iran. No, sir. Can't really say I'm happy when two murderous regimes conspire to attack a third, also quite murderous regime. Yeah, it's not a good look. I Well, you are maybe misinterpreting me a little bit there, because the conclusion I reached was when I followed your thought experiments. I followed your thought experiments, and that's what I agreed on after that. But I didn't say the situation in Iran is exactly that. I just agreed to follow your thought experiment. And yes, I agreed that there can be an instance where you've already lost and you have no good choices left. Like, if a progressive country gets sanctioned to hell by a foreign power, gets taken over, but the population gets half taken over by a propaganda machine, foreign propaganda machine, and somehow this foreign influence succeeds in getting a riot, in inciting a riot in your country, then I guess you're out of good options at that point. Like, that's what I agreed on. But I didn't agree that that situation is exactly what's happening in Iran. I've heard that the Iranian people have some legit grievances too. I'm agreeing that there's probably some of these Shah-supporting assholes out there. Sure, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. But that doesn't mean that's the entire situation. I think they killed all of them, not just the people with Molotov cocktails. I don't think all the people had Molotov cocktails. I think some of them did. Let's check out this link by Fistbeam. Wait, why is it going dark like that? Why is it going dark like that? I can't read any of this. Let's try it again. Oh, right, it needs me to click on that thing. Right. Okay. So this is the report, the international report by Amnesty. Authorities further suppressed the rights to freedom of expression, association, and peaceful assembly. Women and girls, LGBTI people, and ethnic and religious minorities experienced systemic discrimination and violence. Authorities intensified their crackdown on women who defied compulsory veiling laws. The Baha'i community and Afghan refugees and migrants. Thousands were arbitrarily detained, interrogated, harassed, and/or unjustly prosecuted for exercising their human rights. Trials remained systematically unfair. Enforced disappearances and torture and other ill treatment were widespread and systematic. Cruel and inhuman punishments, including flogging and amputation, were implemented. The death penalty was used arbitrarily, disproportionately, affecting ethnic minorities and migrants. Systemic impunity prevailed for past and ongoing crimes against humanity relating to prison massacres in 1988 and other crimes under international law. Yeah, not good. In April, the UN Human Rights Council renewed the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Independent International Fact-Finding Mission on Iran, FFMI. They and other independent UN experts and international human rights monitors were denied entry to Iran. In May, President Ebrahim Raisi died in a helicopter crash. He was succeeded by Masoud Pezeshkian in July after a low turnout election in which the Guardian Council approved only 6 out of 80 registered candidates. Iran continued to support Hamas, other Palestinian armed groups, and Hezbollah. In April, Iran launched more than 300 munitions at Israel in retaliation for a strike on Iran's consulate in Syria, which killed 7 members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Okay, well, you know what? This part here, I don't think Iran's doing anything that bad when compared to Israel. Like, I think Israel's worse than Iran. In October, Iran launched almost 200 ballistic missiles at Israel in response to the... Yeah, I think they're just listing it for completeness. Yeah. In October, Iran launched almost 200 ballistic missiles at Israel in response to the killings of Ismail Haniyeh, the political leader of Hamas, and Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah. The attack killed a Palestinian civilian in the West Bank in the occupied Palestinian territory. In the same month, Israel carried out airstrikes on 20 targets inside Iran, killing 1 civilian and 4 military personnel. Right. No. We are pro-Palestine here. I was just reading out loud what it said on the page. I want to be clear. I don't think this is bad. Like, broadly. Could it be done better? Maybe, but under the circumstances, I do not think Iran is at fault here. This segment here, this is Israel's fault. Make no mistake. Like, we are pro-Palestine here. We definitely are pro-Palestine here. So I can understand your confusion, because I was reading out loud what it said here, but I was just reading the text out loud. I was not agreeing with it. This part right here, I think Israel is to blame here. I don't think their report on Israel is probably very flattering either, to be honest. Right. The reason they're shutting down media and internet is because the Shah rioters are getting orders from leaders outside Iran and are being tactically coordinated in order to protect the leaders of Iran and their civilians, like workers in factories that are being attacked. They shut the internet down. Right. Yeah, that's a good call, Fistbeam. Like, here's the report on Israel. So yeah, it starts with Israel committed genocide in Gaza, including by causing some of the highest known death tolls among children, journalists, and health and humanitarian workers of any recent conflict in the world. Yeah, this isn't like... this isn't a pro-Israel thing to say. So yeah, these guys do not pull their punches when it comes to criticizing Israel. I think that's been proven here. The media censorship also includes blocking porn, betting sites, and sources on how to make certain drugs. I think porn is based, and I don't think anyone should be blocking porn. Who doesn't like porn? Porn is amazing. Everyone should enjoy porn as much as they like. Anyway, yeah. This part right here, I do not blame Iran for this part. Iran provided military support to the government of Bashar al-Assad in Syria before his ousting on December 8th. I think just by comparing these two reports side by side, you can say, yeah, maybe the Iranian government isn't great, but Israel is worse. Yeah, I'd agree with that sentiment, yes. Holy shit, Twitch flagged my criticism of Israel and gave me a brand new warning pop-up I've never seen before. Oh, did you screen cap it, Fistbeam? Did you screen cap that? I want to see it. Prepare for the stream to get taken down, by the way, because we are criticizing Israel. And Hassan Piker got taken down for that very thing. So be on the lookout for us just completely shutting down. Oh, fuck, I should have. They have custom warning pop-ups for when you criticize Israel. Yeah. Maybe we will disagree here, but I don't think blocking porn is some massive horrible suppression. I personally think it's good and that porn is bad for you. Even Western Europe right now is making laws that block porn except if you enter a passport. This side makes it sound like Iran blocks media that they don't agree with and only allows state propaganda, but in reality what they're blocking is porn and betting. I think gambling is bad, but I think porn is good. Like, porn is just freedom. I mean, people do be fucking, and some people want to film that fucking. And it's a job, you know, getting paid because because you're so hot that other people want to see you fuck. I think that's fine. I think that's all right. The internet is for porn. That is correct. Yeah, that's true. There are some Western laws that are blocking porn, and we hate those laws. We hate them, we hate them, we hate them. Because we love freedom here in the West. Freedom is the best. You gotta have freedom. It's just that the United States keeps talking about freedom and they don't actually give it to people. I'll go watch a movie with my Pookie. Remember to behave, everyone. Bye, Yimmy. Have fun. Anyway, where were we? Also, anti-porn laws are especially shitty because they target something everybody does. Everybody watches porn anyway. So when you make a law against porn, you arbitrarily criminalize everybody. It's what dictatorships love to do. Yeah, that's true. That is true. If everyone is doing it, then you are criminalizing everyone. That's bad. That's also why I don't like anti-piracy laws. Because, and I mean piracy as in pirating a movie or video game. Because if everyone is doing it, then why are you criminalizing the human species as a whole? I don't know, man. Maybe there's a very big cultural gap, but I think such material is not appropriate, addicting, and that it's better to have a society where you wait for sex until marriage. I think people should do whatever the fuck they want. That's the society I want. Like, yeah, you can wait until marriage, but if you don't want to, then you don't have to. Like, I believe we only have one life. It's this one. You got this life, and then it's over, and there will never again be anything else. So, better make the most of it, damn it. Like, do whatever the fuck you want. And that doesn't mean everyone wants to, like, fuck around all the time. For me personally, it isn't like that. I don't enjoy that lifestyle. But if some people do, I don't want to stop them from doing that. I don't see a reason to. It's not causing, like, harm. So it's okay. If you are made the leader of Iran and you try to legalize this stuff, protests hundreds of times bigger than these Shahrites would come and they would just get rid of you. It's so far beyond realistic for what they actually want. That's too bad. Doesn't sound like I'd last long as leader of Iran then. That's too bad. I agree that it's not a realistic goal for Iran right now. There are bigger problems to consider there. Oh yeah, that's for sure. Anyway, Iran provided drones and ballistic missiles to Russia, which were used against civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. Now that I don't like. This part, I do not like this one. Like, we are pro-Ukraine here. We don't want Iran to, like, aid Russia in the war against Ukraine. We don't like that. That part pisses me off. Ukraine deserves to win. Freedom of expression, association, and assembly. Authorities censored media, jammed satellite television channels, and continued to block or filter mobile apps and social media platforms. Authorities continued to ban all independent political parties, civil society organizations, and trade unions, and subjected workers, including nurses, teachers, and labor rights activists, to reprisals for striking and peacefully gathering. This is very unbased. You should let workers strike, and you should let them peacefully gather. The Internet User Protection Bill, which, if enacted, would further violate people's right to privacy and erode access to the global internet, remained pending before Parliament. In January, the Supreme Leader approved a decree prohibiting the use of virtual private networks, VPNs, and coercing users to rely on the domestic internet. I have a question for you. How does your alignment with Ukraine but simultaneously other countries in opposite political blocs work? Like, you support Ukraine and Palestine and Iran, where normally you have Ukraine together with America and Israel, while you have Palestine, Russia, Iran, and China in a row. It's complicated and we hate it. That's exactly the correct answer. Yeah. I am a principled leftist, you see. I am not a campist. A campist is someone who picks sides. Me, I have strong beliefs. And in each individual case, I align with my own beliefs. I don't pick a side. I just look at the sides and look at which side is more based. So yeah, there is a geopolitical bloc that is pro-Ukraine and pro-Israel. Yeah. There is that geopolitical bloc does exist. I acknowledge that. And I don't fucking like it. I think we should support all the based countries and not support all the non-based countries. And in each conflict we should support the more based side. And yes, even if I don't think Iran is based on like a broader level, in a conflict between Iran, Israel, and the United States, like 2 against 1, Iran is the based side in that conflict. So yeah, I always pick the based side, regardless of which geopolitical bloc I happen to exist in. So yes, it's complicated and we hate it, is the correct answer. In June, criminal cases were filed against hundreds of people for publicly criticizing Ebrahim Raisi after his death. Hundreds of others received intimidating telephone calls, warnings, or summons after authorities declared that encouraging presidential election boycotts online was a crime. I don't like that. That sounds like dictatorship to me. Authorities subjected families of victims unlawfully killed during the 2022 Woman Life Freedom Uprising and the November 2019 protest violations for seeking justice. Authorities subjected protesters, women and girls defying compulsory veiling laws. Journalists, artists, writers, academics, university students, LGBTI individuals, members of ethnic and religious minorities, and human rights defenders to violations for exercising their human rights, including in advance of the 2-year anniversary of the 2022 uprising in September. Violations included interrogations, arbitrary detentions, enforced disappearance, unjust prosecution, leading to sentences or imprisonment, flogging or fines, and suspension or expulsion from education or employment. Yeah, it doesn't sound like the Ayatollah's regime is very pro-LGBTI. Certainly doesn't seem that way. Or pro-free speech. I understand, for example, that you think Ukraine is the one that has been invaded, but I myself cannot bring myself to be on their side because they are a Western military front, which the West has been using as a military project for decades, and they are one of the biggest sources of Israeli soldiers. I've heard about that, and yeah, even my country... I don't know about the specific validity of that claim, but broadly, I agree that such a thing is bad. Like, my country, Finland, we also do weapons trade. We do weapons deals with Israel, and that's bad. I do not want Finland to be invaded by Russia. Yet also I oppose us dealing in Israeli weapons or dealing our weapons to Israel. Both of these things can be true at the same time. So yeah, the outcome I want is one where Finland does not get conquered by Russia, but also we do not deal with Israel. That's my position. And in Ukraine's case, that's the same thing. I want a world where Russia does not invade Ukraine and Ukraine does not deal with Israel. These are separate problems. Enforced disappearances and torture and other ill treatment. Authorities routinely subjected detainees to enforced disappearance and incommunicado detention. Torture and other ill treatment were widespread and systematic. State television aired torture-tainted confessions. Ugh, not a good look. Then again, you live in a country where you're free to criticize the government in a live stream, Dozer, so picking your opinions based on principles is a lot cheaper for you compared to living in, for example, Iran. That is also true. It is illegal for you. If you live in Iran, it is illegal for you to criticize your own government. Yeah, that is probably true. Whereas here in Finland, I get to criticize the president, I get to criticize the prime minister. I'm not gloating, I'm saying it should be that way in your country too, if you are from Iran. It's fine, just don't bomb stuff and you'll be fine, that's basically the rule. Doesn't sound like it according to this amnesty these amnesty investigations. It sounds like your regime is torturing people. Like you're using torture as a method. Like it's a thing you're doing. We don't. And we wouldn't. Yeah, at that point I can't really fault anyone for repeating the official propaganda if it's the smart thing to do for your own survival. It's easy for us to talk here. That's true. That is true. I've seen like calm civil debates between government officials and random civilians on the street outside. I have never heard of torture for criticizing the government. Yeah, but it did happen. They did find... Amnesty did find out that it does happen. Like, maybe they don't share that info with you over in Iran, but apparently it does happen. Several individuals arbitrarily detained for political reasons in psychiatric facilities were subjected to torture and other ill treatment, including through enforced administration of pharmaceuticals. Yeah. Depends what they mean. Perhaps one or two of these Shah guys got tortured during a heated time and this is what they are speaking about. Yeah, I don't know. But in any case, torture is bad. It's bad. Prison officials and prosecution authorities routinely denied prisoners adequate health care, including for torture-related injuries. Several individuals died in custody in suspicious circumstances amid credible reports of torture and other ill treatment, including beatings and denial of health care. Among them was Mohammed Mirmusavi, who died the day after his arrest in August. Authorities initially attributed his death to a heart attack, while state media implied that he died from injuries sustained during an altercation before arrest. Authorities only conceded responsibility after a video showing his wounded body led to public outrage. 5 police officers were arrested, but no information was announced regarding their prosecution. Okay, here we have some pretty condemning evidence. Also, I think that Russia, although you may not like them, have a point on Ukraine trying to join NATO. There's a general political war between Russia and the West, and they have put a clear red line for certain countries between Western Europe and Russia, and Ukraine being armed and militarized by the West, and then, hey, we suddenly want to join NATO is an obvious danger to Russia. Russia was gonna attack the Ukraine anyway. Like, Ukraine was wanting to join NATO so that they'd have protection against Russia. Russia is an evil expansionist regime. I wonder which side of that red line we were supposed to be on here, right? Yeah. But anyway, this is damning. This is very damning. So, apparently, Mohammed Mirmusavi died from torture and ill treatment and beatings and denial of health care. Now, Iran claimed that he died from injuries during an altercation before arrest. They were lying. They were lying. The Ayatollah administration claimed this, but a video leaked. And it led to public outrage. And they were then forced to admit that they lied. Pretty bad, right? So yeah, your country does do torture and does lie about it. Like, that seems to be true. Prisoners were subjected to cruel and inhuman detention conditions, including overcrowding, unsanitary conditions, poor ventilation, infestation with mice or insects, and poor or no access to bedding, toilets, or washing facilities. The Islamic Penal Code retained punishments amounting to torture, including flogging, blinding, amputation, crucifixion, and stoning. That is barbarism. That's not something civilized people do. I don't know, man. It is possible that this guy got beaten by police officers, but the whole way this thing is written is like this is some 1984 type country where they listen to what I say on my PC and then torture me. No, nothing's that simple. I'm just saying it could be better. And I wish it was better, because I like it when good things happen. Anyway, it's time for us to start playing video games. We've looked at this enough. Let's move on to video games. I hope you have a VPN, bro. Stay safe. Yeah, that's right. As for the punishments, this is true. For example, cheating in a marriage is punished by the death penalty. Jesus Christ. That's grim. I really wish it wasn't so. Like, that's... Over here, if you cheat on a marriage, then you're just an asshole. Yeah, you're an asshole. And you can... The couple can get a divorce. I think that's better. Anyway, what video games do you guys want me to play? Any ideas in chat for what games we're gonna play today? Anything but Mahjong? Oh, don't worry, we're not playing fucking Mahjong. Don't worry, we are not. Plague Inc.? Oh, I know about Plague Inc. I'm not good at that, but I know it. It's the one where you, like, design a... Do you have it? I don't think I have it, but I could get it. It's the one where you design, like, some kind of... You design, like, this super virus that's designed to kill people. Well, you know, I'm still big into your World of Warcraft classic hardcore RP. Oh yeah, I could go for that too. Okay, so there's Plague Inc., there's World of Warcraft. I could play either of those. Any more votes in chat? I think if Ukraine wasn't used for some military pet project and didn't try to join NATO, they'd be fine. As for Finland, them being in NATO is very unideal for Russia, but they care less because the front is less dangerous. It's not connected to mainland Europe and it's a cold, harsher environment. Oh, I think Ukraine was not gonna be fine, even if they weren't planning on joining NATO. Like, Russia was intending to invade. Our military experts on Russia and our, like, what do you call them? Our intelligence experts on Russia are saying that, yeah, they were gonna attack. So I trust the experts here. Russia is just like that. We have to accept that reality. The real red line for Russia was when their puppet Yanukovych got ousted. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like, it used to be... Ukraine used to be controlled by a Russian puppet, and the puppet got ousted, and then Russia invaded. They weren't going to accept an independent Ukraine, just a Russian puppet state. Yep, that is the case. I don't know, man, maybe they did have the proof, but those people are obviously anti-Russia ideologically because of their political alignment. our intelligence officials, I mean, everyone is anti-Russia here. If you've ever heard of Finland's past with Russia, you'd be anti-Russia too. Like, I agree. However, it's like common practice in Russia to see how far you can take things without retaliation. Like, they call it like stab the meat with a bayonet until you feel something hard, then pull back. That's like the euphemism that's the analogy. I mean, that was the analogy that Russians used for it. Like, keep poking until someone gets upset. They have a saying here in the army: the enemy doesn't necessarily always come from the east, because they can also circle around to the southeast or northeast. Yeah, that's right. Anyway, games. Is it Plague Inc? Is it World of Warcraft? What do you guys want to see? Drop me texts in chat and we'll see what we play. Plague Inc is based. I could go for that. I'm not good at strategy games, but Plague Inc, I think I understand how it's played, so I could try it, but honestly, I'm not very good at it. Just play with knives. That is a suggestion. I do have knives in the kitchen, but could be both. Plague Inc is not exactly long. Oh, both. If it's better content if you're bad at the game? I suppose so. Okay, so where can I get Plague Inc? Is it on Steam? Steam. Yeah, okay. Syndicate, do you want to get Plague Inc for me? You want to get it running? Because I've never played it. Seems fun enough. I've seen other people play it. Sure. All right. Well, Syndicate's gonna get Plague Inc up and running. We're gonna play that. And once we're done, we could move on to Warcraft, because that was the second suggestion. And Syndicate specifically suggested that Plague Inc first, then Warcraft, and I think that sounds fine. We've got a hardcore character in Warcraft that we're playing. A Tauren Druid. We're at level 7. I never quite finished my point on the switching to pens and paper in schools. That is an interesting one. Like, apparently technology does keep distracting students. Like, I read that article on my own before stream. Just gonna take a moment because I'm on my Linux laptop. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. We'll wait. About the cheating, if you find the death penalty too harsh, what do you want in your ideal country? Do you think there should be some legal punishment like fines or imprisonment? Isn't cheating bad for women's rights, which you care about? Women can cheat too, my friend. I'll have you know. Women can cheat too. From my point of view as a disabled person focusing on accessibility, removing computers is an absolute nightmare. Oh, but you see, Erilas, even back in the pen and paper days, they'd get a computer for disabled people. Like, that was... I've seen that happen. So I don't think we're talking about you when we're talking about these things. I know women can cheat too, but practically having legal cheating will have worse societal effects for women than men. Our women don't seem to think so. Like, I don't think... I know I went through school with a special permit to do everything on a computer. I'm still hella worried about this. Right. Well...
Future is female.
Yeah. So yeah, it's I just don't think cheating I think cheating is an interpersonal problem. I don't think the government needs to get involved. If there's cheating involved, then the relationship isn't considered worth maintaining, so this is why generally Western countries have no legal punishment for cheating anymore. The social penalty of everyone knowing you're an asshole should be enough. Yeah, that is how we handle it, yeah. Cheating is an interpersonal problem. If you do it, and your partner is like, my ex was a cheating asshole, then people will know that guy or girl is or whatever non-binary person is a cheating asshole. So yeah, it's just, that's just how it works. And I think that's fine. I don't see a problem with it. Oot joku Valavuoren ja Jetron fani? En voi sanoa olevani Sleepy Obelix. Mä oon vaan tämmönen vassari, joka wokeettaa täällä Twitchissä. Me puhutaan englantia tällä hetkellä, koska meillä on täällä kansainvälisiä tyyppejä chatissa, niin mä aina välillä vaihtelen englannin kielelle sen takia. Mutta tervetuloa Wokeripokeriin. It is not like the relationship continues after cheating. The punishment here is death, so this stops the relationship. But perhaps if you think that's too hard, why not make it break the marriage and also put them in prison for a... Why would I do that? That sounds like unnecessary. Why would I do that? I mean, and life shouldn't be so cheap that you can just, you know, have the state killing people. Life should be considered very... I don't mean this literally because I'm an atheist, but should be considered sacred. You should not take life. I believe that. Well, so they can't go to the next woman and to the next and keep cheating and cheating. Yeah, well, I don't think the law needs to be concerned with that. I think that's an interpersonal problem. Like, you can't legislate everything. Whether it leads to like better results is the thing I am concerned with. Yeah, sure. But being an asshole... Yeah, okay, so broadly speaking, should being an asshole be a crime? No, I don't think we need to police behavior in that way. No, I don't think so. Those women want to fuck a cheater, let them, they deserve each other. Then yeah, that's also true, yeah. Of course, there are some people who don't know the cheater is a cheater, like the word didn't get out. Like, that happens. Let's not delude ourselves here. But I understand what you're societally, like, they get a bad reputation, but unless you live in some small village, they can just go on Tinder and meet a woman who knows... No, yeah, right. Like the reputation isn't out necessarily. Yeah, I was getting to that point. Yes. True, but sooner or later he'll get a reputation. That's also true. But I don't think there's a reason to get into the nitty-gritty in that argument, because the broader argument here is, should it be illegal to be an asshole? Should the government keep close watch on your personality? And I don't think that leads to good outcomes. because I don't trust them to correctly identify what is good behavior and what isn't. Like currently in your country, I understand that sex before marriage is also criminalized. And that seems wrong to me. What if two people are happily fucking? Why should the government get in the way of that? Why? And some people don't even ever get married. They don't feel it's important or necessary. So why should we force people to get married if they want to do such a basic human need as sex? That feels weird to me. Like, we didn't used to have marriages when we were... I mean, I think we've had marriages for a long time. I think that's like a very, very early Homo sapiens thing. But there existed a time when we didn't in our evolution of our species, and we made it this far. I don't think marriage should be like mandatory. Otapa, hei, Syndikate, mä tarvitsen hiirtä hetkeksi. Täällä on yksi tää mun pitää alauata viesti. Noin. No niin, nyt saat sen takaisin. I wouldn't say it's just an asshole. This goes far beyond that. Imagine a woman who is a virgin and prepared for marriage being used by some guy who cheats on her, and then she finds out. She will be very mad at you if you call her cheating husband an asshole. It goes far beyond that. This will have lifelong effects. Yeah, well, here in Finland, we don't really treat virginity as anything that sacred or special. Everybody, most people lose their virginity at some point, and it's just a thing that happens. It's not a big deal. I mean, there are some weird incel fucks who treat virginity as something they go after, but we tend to think of those people as really fucking creepy. Do you think being cheated on is something you just forget after a week or two? No, but a lot of asshole behavior is like that. There are things that happened to me in school that still haunt me. I don't think the state should have executed those people or come after them even. I think things happening to you that were bad and you living with them is life. If there is a way to make that better, then sure, I'm all for it, but I think it crosses a line when you take away a person's freedom to just be themselves. Of course, there's no simple answer to where the line gets drawn. Like murder obviously infringes on another person's rights. Do you think it's worse to be cheated on or to be bullied at school as a kid or to be beat in a fight? I think they're comparable. I think those things are comparable. Yeah. Bullying can be hardcore stuff, man. Yeah, definitely. That's why we have a different view, I guess. I don't think they are anywhere close in the same area. Oh. I mean, I know people who got cheated on and, like, I mean, nobody likes it, but wouldn't describe it as the worst thing that's happened to them. Okay, it's ready to go. All right. We've got our video game. I think the whole sex before marriage thing massively de-emphasizes the negativity of cheating for you. I would even go as far as to say that bullying can be worse here. It can leave lifelong psychological trauma. Yeah. Wait. Syndicate, I'm gonna need more help. I can't get the thing to... Yeah, I can't get the thing to, like, properly... I can't get it on screen. I don't know how to. There's something I cannot imagine. Yeah, over here it really is like that. Perspectives change a lot when it's just a normal thing that happens. Oh, Syndicate, could you go... I'm not sure if you see it. I need the mouse to allow a message again. There we go. Thanks. It's back to you now. Would say it's in the area of rape or murder? Yeah, no, we definitely don't consider it that bad here. I mean, you're just an asshole for doing it, but we don't get like fully permanently scarred by it. We get over it. And I'm not saying get over it like nothing bad happened to you. Like tralala, this doesn't bother me at all. I mean, it's a bad thing that happened to you, like other bad things. It's not like soul crushing. It is soul crushing in the moment, of course. God damn it! I need I need the mouse again. Okay. Let's see. There. Sorry, Syndicate. The nature of the conversation is like that. That I need to keep allowing messages. Oh, again. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. Wait, the chat is paused. There we go. God damn. Okay, back to... The mouse is back with you, Syndicate. Fuck, did I accidentally criticize Israel again? No, not this time. How about the rape itself? Do you think Islamic countries giving the death penalty for this is immoral? Yes. Yes, I do. I don't think the death penalty is the correct response for anything. So yeah, there's that. Should be good to go. All right. Do you wanna... No, I think that's okay. Yeah. So what is the correct punishment for it? A little bit of prison time, I think. That's what we do here in Finland. And we don't... It's something... A little bit of prison time? Yeah, that is what we do. That is how our society operates. And it's functioning very well. Despite that legitimately being the punishment for rape. Yeah. It is working. So you might lamau at it. What is a little bit? 2 years, maybe? I think 2 years prison time is... In our society, nothing, but I can't really say that the same applies in Iran because the consequences are different there for being cheated on, but the death penalty is always wrong. Oh yeah, we were talking about rape, Fistbeam, not being cheated on. Anyway, let's... But yeah, we are, you might lamau at it, but we are functioning perfectly well with like 2-year prison sentences for rape. It's not like our streets got overwhelmed with rape because of this. It's working, it's functioning. Yeah. Shadow, okay. So how do I play this? Okay, so I have... Oh, simian flu, shadow plague. This is movie content, okay. Insert gene. ATP boost. All right. Can't do anything. I guess normal. We're going normal, right? Are we going mega brutal? No, we're going normal, right? Yeah, try normal stuff, yeah. Oh, bye, Holger. Okay, what's... Our plague is called the woke mind virus. There we go. It's the woke mind virus. Welcome to Plague Inc. You are a new bacteria. To win, you must evolve and spread across the world, wiping out all humans in the ultimate plague. Okay, let's spread the woke mind virus. If a woman was forced into it and then 2 years later the guy just comes back and he's walking free again, won't she be upset and completely terrified and mad at the government? Yeah, that does happen. That does happen. But also, this amount of... this penalty for rape is what, according to statistics, leads to the least amounts of rapes. Don't ask me how it works. It's statistics. I don't know how it works. Like, people have debated me on, but wouldn't it make sense... Oh, the volume is really high. Let's put the volume lower. Anyway, people have debated me on that, like, maybe a little lower yet. Over there. That should be good. Anyway, yeah, people debate me on that, like, don't you think there'd be less rapes if we just killed rapists? And I do get where they're coming from with the logic, like, yeah, if you killed rapists, then they're dead, so there's no longer a rapist. However, apparently, killing rapists does not decrease the amount of rapes in the country. Yeah, the justice system doesn't exist to make people happy. It exists to reduce crime. And shorter and more lenient sentences reduce crime compared to longer and harsher ones, even though it's counterintuitive. Yeah, that's right. Like, it doesn't make sense in like a personal, logical way. However, that is what the evidence points towards. And none of us are experts, so we should just go with the evidence. I'm gonna turn down the volume for myself a bit too here. Anyway, this woke mind virus starts in Finland. Woke mind virus begins in Finland. That's true. That's pretty true. Woke mind virus begins in Finland. Yeah, that's how it is. Pop orange DNA bubbles to get DNA points. Okay. We're getting DNA points. The woke mind virus started from Oulu and is spreading to the north and now to the south as well. Okay. We're spreading the woke new rural livestock legislation. Okay, hygiene of farm animals makes rural areas less vulnerable to disease. They're protecting the livestock from the woke mind virus. I don't know, man. I would have to see a proper argument for that. It seems so weird that I would assume it's made up. It doesn't make sense that a guy who can just have a 2-year break from a life for rape is less likely to do it than one who is afraid to die for it. Right, it does not make intuitive sense, I agree. However, that is the reason our system is the way it is, because the statistics say that it works better that way. Like, it's not that we are pro-rape here, like that the people who decided those laws were like, we want there to be more rape. It's that they looked at the statistics and they went with it. And it apparently worked. I can't make the argument for you. How did you get those statistics? We compare to different countries. We compare to different countries with where there are lenient laws and where there are heavy punitive laws. That's how we get the statistics. Let's see how the woke mind virus is doing. You can use DNA points to evolve. Okay, how do I do that? Make it infect more people by pressing the disease button in the bottom left. Okay. How do I do that? The woke mind virus. Blood to blood? Oh, the woke mind virus definitely travels on dust particles. I definitely think it does. Do we have DNA points for anything else? Oh! Skin, yeah. Oh yeah, the woke mind virus definitely makes people irritable and less productive. Yeah, that's what the woke mind virus does. It actually what about abilities? Protect against all. Oh. So. Oh yeah. The woke mind virus is very resistant to. Oh, but we don't have enough for that. Okay. All right. So, yeah, let's keep the woke mind virus going for a little bit. You've successfully evolved woke mind virus. Have spent DNA points to evolve your disease, and more options have opened up. Get more points by popping DNA and biohazard bubbles and infecting people. All right. So the woke mind virus is still very much a Finland thing. There's been one case here at the edge of Finland and Sweden, but other than that, it's kind of just a Finland thing. Festival of Love in Finland. That sounds pretty woke. Woke mind virus begins to spread. Okay, now let's give the woke mind virus. It is very resistant to antibiotics. It is. It's the woke mind virus. It's almost immune to those things. It's also very difficult to analyze in a lab because no one can define what woke is. So I'm getting this next. There. Now it's very difficult to analyze woke. Does not reproduce in lab. Oh, well, woke definitely reproduces in lab conditions. Like, scientists and researchers are very woke, so it does reproduce in those conditions. What else can be said about the woke mind virus? Okay, what's been going on with this debate here? Yeah, for example, Finland has shorter criminal sentences than the United States and far less crime than the United States. And it isn't just all from this one data point. The effect is consistent across many countries. Maybe there's some point where reducing sentences no longer reduces crime, but I doubt we've reached it since most countries tend to have harsher sentences and more crime. Oop. Than we do. It says here on Wikipedia, maybe you don't like the source, that the country with the most rapes is England, with 117.3 annual rapes per 100,000, where the punishment is 4 to 19 years and life in prison. No, I'm fine with the source. The lowest are Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Syria. Let's have a look at that. Will disrupt our gameplay, but sure, let's look at it. Let's take a look-see. So right, it's reported rapes. Right, well, of course, having 0 reported rapes doesn't mean like it's obviously it's not that 0 rapes happened in that country. Like, nobody believes that. This is how many were reported. So we can't go by this alone. I think there's a lot to say about not wanting to report rapes in any of these countries. I don't think that's possible. I don't think the rape numbers can be that low. I don't think that's possible. I think there's a reporting problem then. Yeah, I'm not educated enough on the topic to get any like real info out of this. I'd have to be more educated on statistical sciences. Like I'd have to be a statistician to like, let's read the Finland part. In Finland, the legal regulations on sexual offenses were revised with a law that came into effect on January the 1st, 1999. Under this revision, sexual offenses were divided into 3 levels: rape, aggravated rape, and forcing someone into a sexual act. The revision also affects the cause of action. The law on rape, Chapter 20, Sex Offenses, Section 1, Rape, states that a person who forces another into sexual intercourse by the use of threat or of violence shall be sentenced for rape to imprisonment for at least 1 year, and at most 6 years. Also, a person who, by taking advantage of the fact that another person, due to unconsciousness, illness, disability, state of fear, or other state of helplessness, is unable to defend himself or herself, or to formulate or express his or her will. Yeah, okay, so here's just the definition of our like rape, definition of rape here in Finland. Right. Where does the like Dozer said, you need to be a subject matter expert to perform the analysis, not pull some random numbers from a table on Wikipedia. Yeah, that's true. Those numbers aren't comparable, and it even says so in the article. You can reduce reported rapes with harsh sentences, not actual indecence of rape. Yeah. Finland has 42.5 per 100,000, which is 420. Yeah, but like Fistbeam said above here, like yeah, that's true. If it's not reported, you'll never know it happened. That is true. And with like professional statisticians, you need to account for that. You need to take that into account. This table indicates the annual number of recorded rapes per capita by country for last available year. Each entry is based on that country's definition of rape, which varies widely throughout the world. It does not specify whether recorded means reported, brought to trial, or convicted. It does not include cases of rape which go unreported or unrecorded. Alternative estimates can show large differences, such as South Africa having around 500,000 rapes per year, or Egypt having more than 20,000 rapes a year. Right. It's and this is the last time they were even reported in those countries. Like you take Egypt, and they haven't reported their rapes in 15 years. Doesn't that tell you something already? They don't even do reporting on it. Or is it the same in Finland, and am I thinking of something different? Finland. Oh yeah, this was reported 3 years ago. Okay. And that's like the newest year there is on any of these. Okay, so statistical analysis has not been done on these, at least, or it hasn't arrived to Wikipedia after 2023. South Korea hasn't reported since 2004. Well, I think they should report. That's important, right? I mean, you should report. Seems important. Sweden did it 2 years ago. Be like Sweden. Report your rapes. I'm not sure. last available year. I'm not sure if we can do anything with this. I'm sure a lot of stuff goes into it to fully understand the whole picture. I'm not saying I understand it. I'd be making like a concise argument if I did understand it, and I don't. If it turns out that there is less rape in a country that, like, I'd still oppose the death penalty. I am categorically opposed to the death penalty. But if we were to find out that crime actually decreases with harsher sentences, then I would be for harsher sentences. But apparently, in countries with low crime rates, the punishments are also very lenient. Right, I could, yes. If that were the fact, if the fact of the matter was that reduces rapes, then I would be for harsher sentences. Yes. I'm not categorically saying I want lenient sentences. I am in favor of lenient sentences because they reduce crime, not for any other reason. Like, Finland had 980 cases of reported rape in 2013. The number of reported rape had increased in 2006 by 91% when measured since 1977 and by 27% when measured from 1997. According to a 2014 study published by the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights, approximately 47% of women surveyed in Finland were said to have suffered physical and/or sexual abuse, which was the second highest rate after Denmark. Yeah, that's bad. Finland was one of the last countries in the EU to criminalize marital rape, making it illegal in 1994 after years of debate. Oh, yeah, that's another thing, yeah. We were late in making marital rape a crime. Marital rape should definitely be a crime. Definitely. Like, if she is unwilling, or he, because rape can happen both ways, then of course it's a crime. Of course it's a crime. Convicted rapists receive very short penalties compared to other countries, although this may be due to the fact that Finland has one of the lowest incarceration rates in the world. During 2001 to 2003, the average sentence for rape was 2 years imprisonment, and only 63% of offenders served their sentence in prison, as 37% of sentences were conditional. The average sentence for aggravated rape was 4 years imprisonment. For the offense of coercion into sexual intercourse, sentences were most often 1 year conditional imprisonment, but only 4% of offenders went to prison. The issue of violence against women in Finland has been of major international interest, and the situation has been described as a paradox, because otherwise the country has offered women high professional and social opportunities. According to Turku University law professor Kevät Nousiainen, the way Finns conceive gender is different. It's assumed women are perfectly capable of taking care of themselves. If they are not able to do so, that is unacceptable. After World War I, Finland fought a war of independence, a civil war, and 2 decades later the Winter War, the Continuation War, and the Lapland War, which made up Finland's part in World War II. In each case, Finland fought as a poorly trained underdog in brutal conditions that Nousiainen says left men unbalanced. Violence was taken somehow for granted, it was tolerated, and then you have to consider the transfer of violent behavior from generation to generation. Yeah, that's probably true. I'm sure she's correct there. I wonder if we could get a study on like the more lenient, because Finland has a very low crime rate and very low sentences for crime. Like, that's the thing I'm talking about. Like, let's see if we could find something on that. Read the text for Saudi Arabia? Sure, let's read it. Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has general crime rates 100 times lower than that of America. 1981, the rates of forcible rape were 0.33 out of 100,000. Badr el-Din Ali suggests this may be due to Saudi Arabia having a Islamic state of culture where everyone uncompromisingly shares the same values. Well, that's a pretty short. There isn't much info here. But yeah, Saudi Arabia is like, a lot of it is just very wealthy people, from what I understand. Like, Saudi Arabia is mostly owned and operated by like oil billionaires, is my current understanding of the place. Anyway, I wonder if there's any I wonder if I can find any info on the fact that we have very lenient crime sentencing in crime in Finland, Wikipedia. Crime in Finland. So is there like a part in here about sentencing? No. What about criminal sentencing in Finland? Can I find something on that? Wikipedia. Do I have a link here for... I want a broader article on like criminal sentences in Finland. Yeah, it does look like we have a bunch of it. I'm not gonna deny that. But in other ways, our crime rates are very low. But yeah, I'm not gonna deny it if we have like a rape problem. We might very well do that. Criminal sentence in Wikipedia. Yeah, I don't Maybe there just isn't an article for this. That's too bad. This is a complicated issue. Crime in Finland. Yeah, we looked at that. Life imprisonment. I'm not interested in that. I remember there was this one this one Wikipedia article where they talked about like what happens when sentences are too harsh in countries, like the effect it has. Effect of harsher criminal sentences, Wikipedia. See if we can find sentencing disparity. Is it this? No, this is unequal treatment. That's not what we're looking at. Here is the thing we're talking about. So yeah, but do we have like a Wikipedia link to it? Anyway, this is the thing I'm talking about. But of course, this is just like is this like an opinion piece, or is this... Okay, so this is from an assistant professor of criminology. But yeah, it's just one source. I'd like to look at like Wikipedia on this, but anyway, this is the issue I'm talking about. After a serious crime, the public debate often features a loud and clear demand for harsher sentences. For example, politicians advocate for higher maximum penalties, and on social media there is a strong sentiment that harsher measures are needed for a safer society. However, how well does this align with what scientific research tells us about the effectiveness of punishments? Maloke Kuiper, assistant professor of criminology at Erasmus School of Law, investigates this tension. She recently appeared in a video by NOS Stories about the Dutch criminal justice system, explaining how scientific insights and practice do not always align. After years of research, we have found no evidence that harsher punishments are effective in reducing crime. Yet we still see new legislative proposals to increase maximum sentences or to ban community service sentences. On one hand, there is much empirical research from fields such as criminology, psychology, or sociology. On the other hand, there is legal practice where this research does not always end up. I primarily want to understand why this happens and how we can better align science and practice. That's my thoughts on this too. I don't want it to be any one way or another. However it is, that's what I think we should go with. That seems like the sensible solution to me. Yeah, so clarifying what you want to measure is crucial. Is it less recidivism, deterring potential offenders, or providing justice to victims? A true natural experiment, randomly assigning people to prison or community service, is ethically very difficult. Therefore, other methods are used to measure the effectiveness of punishments. One example is the so-called matching method, where groups of people are compared. For instance, a study might compare a group of people receiving their first prison sentence with people who, up to that point, have a similar criminal record and background characteristics, but received a different sanction, such as fine or community service. These two groups are then compared regarding recidivism rates. On Dutch social media, there is a sentiment that the Netherlands punishes relatively softly. Relatively strict compared to other European countries, although this depends on how you look at it. Talking about the length of the sentence or the number of punishments imposed or the regime someone ends up in. For example, if we look at our heaviest sentence, life imprisonment, it really means life imprisonment in the Netherlands. That makes the Netherlands an exception. This is not the case in other European countries. That's true. In Finland, a life sentence is like 20 years. So that is the case. Scandinavian countries like Norway, Sweden, and Denmark are regarded in international literature as system focused primarily on rehabilitation and reintegration. Yep, that's like the main argument for lenient sentences. I don't believe criminal justice systems should be punitive. I don't care about punishment. I do not care whatsoever about punishment. I only care about better society. So if we can have a criminal justice system where criminals get good treatment that makes them better people, that's the best system. Because it turns bad people into good people. Like that's the best possible outcome. Like, okay, so it's possible for an outcome to feel fair and to feel just. This guy got punished appropriately for the crime they committed. But it's better if that person became a better person. Even if the punishment does not fit the crime in like a satisfying emotional way. That's my opinion. The illusion of deterrence. The idea that harsh punishments deter crime is deeply ingrained. This idea comes from the classical theory that people make rational choices about crime. I agree in some cases, but in other cases people have done too bad and they no longer deserve another chance. In the case of rape, I only care if the woman who got raped is satisfied with the punishment. As for the rapist, I feel zero sympathy with him. Maybe this is harsh, but it is the truth. I can only agree on you in that you feel that way. I'm not trying to tell you how you feel. You feel that way. However, I am happy that you don't get to decide. Because I'd rather live in a society with less rapists than in a society where the woman is satisfied. If you had to choose between the two, which one would you pick? I know that you haven't even acknowledged my claim that more lenient sentences reduce rapes, and I also am sympathetic to the fact that I couldn't really provide you with evidence for it. But as a thought experiment, I went along with your thought experiment earlier. So if you had to pick, you have a society with less rapes. I would pick less rapists, but I don't think they are against each other, but I'm listening to your article. Right, okay. We're on somewhat of the same page then. Good. So, however, research shows that people they often do not think so rationally about committing crimes and the consequences of punishment. Yeah, this is actually true. A lot of crime is done out of impulse, not out of planning and rational belief. The deterrence concept has not been proven effective for behavioral change. Studies show that rehabilitation is more effective in reducing crime. Well, it's what she says. I don't know what her evidence to support that is. I'd provide it to you if I could, but it is what she says. Support with reintegration, finding work, or rebuilding social networks. This kind of support has a positive influence on preventing recidivism. Recidivism, the act of a crime happening again after you've committed it once. That's recidivism. According to Kuiper, one of the biggest misconceptions is that harsher punishments lead to a safer society. Intuitively, punishment feels effective. Much of our society is built around this idea. Yet research tells us that punishments are often ineffective for long-term behavioral change, which is ultimately what you want if you truly want to make society safer. In fact, harsher punishments can have negative long-term consequences, such as making reintegration more difficult. In the short term, harsher punishment might seem like a solution, but if the goal is to reduce crime in the long term, it is not, Kuiper explains. I also found this article, but feel kind of like stupid ogre trying to understand it. Yeah, okay, we could check it out. Anyway, right, so I've heard this argument being made as to why Finland has such a low recidivism rate. When people go to prison in the United States, their life is over. You've ruined their lives with the prison sentence. So, what do they have left? Become a career criminal. That is their, rational best choice at that point. Sure, society thinks you fucked up and you're not getting back. But the criminals tell you, welp, there goes that life, now enjoy our life. We welcome you. So your only course of action becomes be a criminal. If prison sentences are built in such a way where society still treats you good, then you might still get to do good things. You might still come out of the slump you're in. That's the theory. Retribution as a motivation. A key reason people want harsher sentences is retribution. Many victims and their families want justice for the harm done to them. Retribution is a legitimate goal of punishment that is not about effectiveness, and as a society we have given it a place in our criminal justice system, which I also understand. Although not every victim seeks retribution, it makes sense to me that for many victims and families this is a very central goal in the criminal justice system. I cannot and do not want to judge that because I do not experience the suffering they do, Kuiper says. Still, she warns against one-sidedness. The danger is that we get caught in a cycle of retribution, where we lose sight of our real aim, preventing crime in the long term and focus only on past crimes. This risks overlooking crime prevention for the future. Look, I disagree with her in a certain... in some part here, because she's being very soft on the people who want retribution as motivation. Me, I think that's not how societies are built. I think what matters more is a society that functions better as opposed to feeding this sense of revenge. I think we need to just move past that sense of revenge. We need to become better as human beings and not want revenge so much. Compassion in a hardening society. Through her research, Kuiper hopes to contribute to public knowledge about the criminal justice system and the effects of punishment. She also wants to increase citizens' understanding of the law. We currently live in a society that seems to be hardening, and where reacting to and judging others has become easier than ever. Even in the comments under the NOS Stories video, people are still very harsh about crime and how it should be punished. I hope that I can help create a world where we can look at criminal cases differently in the long term. Kuiper advocates for a society that remains mindful of the broader long-term impact of punishment. I hope that if people gain more knowledge about where crime comes from and how we as a society can tackle it without immediately resorting to harsh punishments, we can ultimately look at each other with a little more compassion. Right, I agree with that. Let's see what we've got in this link given to us by Fistbeam. Okay, well, this is a lot. This is certainly a lot. I don't know if we're gonna be able to properly browse this. Let's see what the abstract says. This article provides an overview of the developments of criminal law and criminal sanctions during the last 50 years in Finland. No, this seems maybe a little... Yeah, this seems maybe a little too technical for us. I'm not sure we'll be getting much use out of this. Yeah. I'm not experienced enough in the field to go through this, I'm afraid. Anyway, please read my last message. I think what she is saying is that rehabilitation with certain reintegration programs is more effective than a longer sentence with no rehabilitation, but this isn't what we are comparing. We are comparing 2 years in prison to death. Well, I categorically disagree with the death sentence, so even if the death sentence was found more effective, I'd still disagree with it. That is the one thing I will never approve of a death sentence. I don't think people should be killed. That's something where even if it led to good results, I'd be opposed to killing people. That's a line I won't cross. Okay, let's say we compare life in prison to 1 year with rehabilitation. This will have different results than what she is talking about, which is 1 year in prison with rehabilitation to 10 years in prison. Right, well, we could talk about that, but I don't have the training to. So yeah, I don't know how to convince you. I'm not an expert on the topic. It is my current belief that the more lenient system we have here in Finland is leading to good results, even if in the case of rape there is still much work to be done here. I wonder how the woke mind virus is doing. The point is that if they don't re-enter society, the effort you put into a rehabilitation program is useless because they won't need it. Yeah, and I think we should always do rehabilitation. I don't think a rapist is necessarily forever evil, even if their crime is hideous. Let's see how the woke mind virus is doing. Well, it is paused now, so it's not doing anything, but okay, I think it should be very difficult to cure the woke mind virus, so that's 19 DNA points. Okay, but the woke mind virus survives in all climates, so I think I'm going for this one. Yeah, okay, next at 8 we're gonna take the woke mind virus in that direction. Oh, I know I'm making the virus. Yeah. I think there should be no cure to the woke mind virus. Yeah, we're getting this one. There we go. And 10. Yeah, I think we should keep going with this one. Because the woke mind virus doesn't care if it's hot or cold. Woke mind virus infects hundreds. Woke mind virus has infected hundreds in Finland, increasing the chance that an infected person with Will infect a healthy person. Keep evolving your disease. Yes, I will. We're gonna try and get the woke mind virus to infect the entirety of the planet. Still hasn't really left Finland, though. Just the border of Finland and Sweden. Oh, woke mind virus spreads to Russia. That's good news. Russia has been infected. Well, well, well. Who woulda thunk it? Let's go. Red infect bubbles. Okay. Russia is giant. This is awesome. Yeah. Oh. I'm missed that one. Damn it. All right, so I think we should do more of this because the woke mind virus is very resilient. Then I think we're gonna do this more as well. All right. Woke mind virus. Probably doing pretty well. We've got Sweden. We've got a bit of Norway as well. Woke mind virus infects thousands. Yes. Yes. We're doing it. We're getting the woke mind virus. Amateur brain surgeon amazed by demand. Amateur brain surgeons. Tired of experts, we want amateur brain surgeons. Oh yeah, it doesn't take current events into consideration, right? Woke mind virus infecting more countries. Nausea symptom mutated. Woke mind virus has mutated and developed the nausea symptom without using DNA. The woke mind virus is causing nausea now? How did that happen? How did it start causing nausea? Planes casually flying across Ukraine and the Middle East. Yeah. All right, let's go check out the transmission. Yeah, so this one is 15 points. That's still fine. This one's just 5 points. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna increase this. Because it causes delusions and mental symptoms. It definitely, the woke mind virus definitely reduces the patient's ability to function independently. Yeah, that's the one. Alright, next I think we go for more of these. Like Like the cold weather one. Oh, you can undevelop the signs. The symptoms, okay. Oh, if they find out about it too fast, they will make a cure. Oh, okay. Well, then let's... Let's undevelop this one. There. The woke mind virus should not cause nausea. Almost all of Finland has been infected by the woke mind virus. It is as we want it to be. A new worrying disease spreading. Oh no, a diagnostic team in Finland has identified a new disease, which has been named woke mind virus. It is quite severe and must be investigated further. Other countries are also reporting this disease. No! No! First death from woke mind virus has been confirmed in Finland. Oh no! Who was it? Yeah! Who was the first to die from the woke mind virus awareness day? Charities are holding a woke mind virus awareness day to raise the profile of this disease and encourage development of a... Yeah, that's why Seppi isn't here. He died from the woke mind virus. That's unfortunate. The first victim of the woke mind virus. Unfortunately. Finland starts work on cure. Oh no! Researching a cure for woke mind virus. Don't worry, we'll never finish the cure because of Kepu's sote reform. That's true. They're cutting all the funding from healthcare, so we'll never finish the cure to woke mind virus. That's true. That's pretty true. We're not getting any more points. Oh, there. A little bit more points. Woke mind virus killing very fast. People are dying in Finland faster than new people are being infected. Oh no. Symptoms come last. Okay. If you have DNA points, put them into transmissibility. Okay, but... It costs 15 points, though. They're expensive. This stuff is expensive, though. Undevelop all symptoms until the end? What, really? All of them? I guess so. Okay. Still can't afford this. Damn it. I don't want these other ones. The woke mind virus is... it should be spread... should be airborne. Oh, we're finishing the woke mind virus stuff. Yeah, well, we can get 2 more points and make it more airborne. Come on. Okay, woke mind virus in the water is accurate. Okay, let's put it in the water. It's in the water now. Nah, we're gonna finish this. Oh, World Health Organization threat level increased. Threat level for woke mind virus due to extremely rapid evolution caused by DNA instability. Physically impossible to win. Yeah, sure. But let's lose. Let's take our loss like champions. We don't gotta rage quit. All right, did we have more? I mean, I guess the woke mind virus can spread through blood contact because of sexy stuff. Okay. The woke mind virus still lives. Oh, it's placed on watch list. They're watching the woke mind virus. I mean, it's still spreading. It's still... The woke mind virus is still spreading. It's not over till it's over. Rash symptom. Well, we don't want that. Let's take away the rash symptom. There we go. Wokeness does not cause rash. Alright. It's like 18, 17, 16. More infectious than tuberculosis. Woke mind virus has infected more people in the world than tuberculosis. It is a very infectious disease. It is. I can speed it up? Okay. But I'm not sure I'm that good at clicking, so... I mean, I already... let it disappear once. All right, let's make it even more let's make it even more airborne. USA shuts down airports because of the woke mind virus. That's probably rational. That's reasonable. Cure 25% completed for the woke mind virus. But it is spreading rapidly, though. I mean, woke's doing pretty well. Woke is more infectious than HIV. Oh shit. I'm glad. Oh, Australia's getting woke now. Did you guys hear Australia's getting woke? Awesome. Oh, that's 19 points. Okay, let's wait for that. Woke mind virus genome fully sequenced. Okay, then now they have located the woke gene. They have located the gene that makes you woke. There we go. We want this one. But we also want... I think we're going for this one, right? Canada leading global... Canada is fighting woke more than anyone else. That's surprising. You wouldn't think that. Blue cure bubbles to stop... Okay. It's surprising that woke managed to infect, like, Russia. That's the... Oh, we've got that many points already? Well, let's take this one then. There we go. And then we're going for this. That's why they're so afraid of it. Cure device announced. Help cure woke mind virus, okay. Get some symptoms too so you can kill people. I don't want to kill people. Let's get back our chosen symptoms. The woke mind virus makes you irrational. That's what we want, right? Cure is 50%. They're half done with the cure for the woke mind virus. And then we want this one, the delirium one. The point of this game is to kill everyone before they cure you? Yeah, but I just want them to be infected with the woke mind virus. That's what I want. Huge earthquake in Korea, okay. That's not good. Okay, you've got delirium. Insanity, yeah, we want insanity, of course. Of course we do. More infectious than the common cold. The woke mind virus is more widespread than the common cold. We are fans of that. Yes, we are. Let's... Let's make it... Let's do this one. There we go. As someone with the common cold right now, I'd rather have the woke mind virus. I've got good news or bad news. I think you have it. I think, Erilas, you are already infected with the woke mind virus. I think that might be what's happening with you. Sorry to be the one to break the news to you. Okay, so... do we want more abilities, or do we want the... well, it already is that, so... let's give it some of that. So the woke mind virus can withstand hot temperatures better as well. $28. This is $31, $23, yeah. $22? Okay. Nausea symptom. Well, we don't... I guess we could take the nausea symptom. I guess we can take it now. 75% complete. Drug resistant abilities can slow cure. Yeah, I'm aware of that. There, let's help it spread. Yeah, I think we need more aggressive symptoms now. Woke mind virus symptoms. Yeah, let's do that one. And this one? Sure. Okay, we're actually getting a lot of points now. That's still 32, yeah. Oh, well, now we could afford it. Yeah, let's give it that. Cure almost complete. It's almost been cured. To evolve. Yeah, but we'd already got all the cold temperature ones, I think. So Yeah, let's get this one. Cure is complete and is being deployed. Okay, they cured the woke mind virus becoming scary. Right, so we didn't get to COVID levels. Not nearly. Woke mind virus to be eradicated. Yeah, next time wait for the symptoms. That sounded like good advice. This was my first time playing this game. Woke mind virus has been eradicated. Woke is dead, ladies and gentlemen. And non-binary people. Woke is dead. Oh, you did well. Thank you. Let's retry. I mean, we've only got less than 20 minutes left, so let's retry. We don't have enough time for World of Warcraft anymore anyway. And it is in Finland, of course. So we start with just the transmission things, right? So let's do the water thing again. GG's, yeah. The woke mind virus did okay. Let's see if we can infect the world with it, though. Alright, let's give it that one. And we want this one too. And this one, I'd say. Los Angeles Olympics mystery? Are they aware of the woke mind virus already? This early? Devolve all symptoms. Right, I mean, I don't have any yet, right? There we go, and then the airborne one is 10 too. Good, yeah. Medicine in Finland slowing infection. Okay, I may need to evolve drug resistance. Yeah, that's what I did last time. I mean, the woke mind virus is very drug resistant. We know that. That's facts. That's just facts. 11 points, okay. Starting with Finland is a bad choice. Usually go with China. Yeah, but we're not trying to beat the game. We're trying to get the woke mind virus to take over the world. That's the point. And the woke mind virus doesn't start in China, India, Russia, or the United States. Well, maybe the United States, but... Do you think Sweden and Denmark are woke? Yeah, they are. They are definitely woke. Like 26. And it's harder to analyze, sure. How about America, England, and Australia? Less woke, but still woke compared to some countries. Australia is maybe the least woke of the ones you mentioned, and England the second, and then America is more woke than England or Australia. That's how I'd put it. But yeah, it does seem to be pretty difficult starting from Finland. Woke mind virus infects thousands. Rash symptoms, we're gonna take those out. There we go. And let's see. This is 16, this is 17, this is 10, and none of those yet. Well, we could... Yes, woke mind virus spreads to Sweden. Yes. Oh, it's spreading fast in Sweden. There. Heavy flooding in Norway. UK votes for Brexit in referendum. Woke mind virus infecting more countries. Nice. We're doing it. They're getting to be more woke in Russia. There. Taking a while. I guess it really is difficult starting from Finland. But at least the woke mind virus has almost completely infected Finland. Tapa kaikki, no niinpä. Woke mieliviruksella tapetaan kaikki. Moro melakka, mitäs kuuluu? Let's see. So that's 16 points, 18 points, 17 points. What about these things? Yeah, let's get this one. Let's get that one. Okay, let's take out that symptom. We don't want it. There we go. Eipä tässä oota, että unilääkkeet vaikuttais. Ahdistus pitää hereillä koko päivän kehittänyt hommaa, ettei tarttis aloittaa hakuukirjettä kouluun, tuntuu liian vaikealta. Ai hitto vie. Välillä elämä potkii perseelle. Ei se silloin auta muuta kuin yrittää rentoutua, jos pystyy. Yrittää muistaa, että vaikka kuinka asiat voi periaatteessa olla paskasti, niin just nyt sulle ei ole mitään hätää. There we go. Ooh, it's spreading. Kaksi opintolinjaa tarttis motivaatiokirje, molempia otetaan vaan 7 sisään. Ei se auta kun tehdä sitten. Vaikka kyllä mä ymmärrän, että heille helpompi sanottu kuin tehty, mutta... Okay, 13 DNA points. Ehkä me otetaan vielä tuokin. Maybe we'll take that one too. This one's 18, this one's 17, 16, okay. On tänään siivoon pidä varaston tyhjennä ulkovarastoa pessy 2 koneellista pyykkiä leikellyt pensaat, ettei tarvitse. No, sentään tuli siivottu. Ihan hyvä tapa prokrastinoida. Mutta ei ne kirjeet on niin hankala kirjoittaa sitten, kun se aloittaa. There, we got this maxed out. I guess we'll go for these things next. Let's get woke mind virus to take over the entire... Oh, is America getting infected? Nice. Do you think woke comes from America or Europe? I think woke maybe originates in America. Yeah, I think that's the homeland of woke. Like, I think the whole term woke comes from American black culture. That's my current understanding of it. So at least it's named in America. I just think Europe might be the one that's best at doing it. Not all of Europe, mind you. There's a bunch of countries in Europe. Not all of them are very woke. Australia's getting woke. Nice. Oh, now I think we can afford an upgrade. Yeah. Let's upgrade woke. Cyst symptom. Let's take that out. We don't want that. Woke does not cause cysts. Okay, so we've got like all of Greenland. Yeah, we got all of Greenland. Greenland went woke. Laps nousi yhtäkkiä vaistoon ja totesi, että pierasta ja kävisi takas nukkuu. No sehän on aivan hyvä. Points. There we go. And this one's 20. Okay. Woke is spreading pretty well. It's already more infectious than the common cold. It took us a long time to get to this part last time. Alright, let's do this one. This one's 22 points, okay. Devolve the symptoms? I don't have symptoms. I think, yeah, I've devolved all the symptoms already. Think I saw something? I think I already devolved it. Mulle tää käs yleensä aina, että rupee tappaa liian nopea, niin kaikki tartutetut tehtiin kuolla. Severe storms. Ennen kuin levii tarpeeksi, tai sit vaihtoehtoisesti kaikki saa tartunnan, mutta kukaan ei kuole, ja se pitää vissiin aika tarkkaan pelata, että saa kaikille tartunnan ja sitten ne kuolee. Alright, we got this one now. Okay. I think we're good there. I think I want more abilities now. 30 points, yeah. Yeah, maybe that one? No, maybe this one. That's just 16 points. The severity bar has yellow. Oh, insomnia symptom, okay. Let's take that out. Yeah, I don't know how it, because we don't have any symptoms, so. We want this one. Now we want this one. That's 16 points. Okay. There we go. 28, 31. Yeah, this one maybe. Ooh. We're getting there. And then this one for 32 points. The woke mind virus is spreading fast. Hell yeah. There. Resistant to diseases. Next, I think we could do that one because it's not that expensive. But we've already... Yeah, we've done all the cold temperature countries already, so we don't need any more cold temperature. Yeah. Ooh, almost everybody is infected with the woke mind virus. Let's go. What do we even want? These ones? Yeah, I guess those ones. Insomnia. Well, should we actually keep that one? We've almost got the entire world, so now we just need to start killing. I say we keep that one. Okay, now the woke mind virus has been named. Germany starts to work on cure. Needs to evolve to kill. Right. That's what I thought. So let's give it symptoms. And there we go. And yeah. New Zealand shuts down airports. First death in Bolivia. Bolivia has the first woke death. Fight the cure. Good job. Thank you. We're doing this for woke. Woke mind virus placed on watch list. China leading global cure effort. Yeah. If you have to devolve some infection for symptoms. Oh, right, that's true. I forgot about that. So now we can maybe devolve this one? No, that's just 2 points. We don't get a lot of points for those, and we and these ones cost, yeah, these ones cost more than we get for devolving, so well, maybe some. We get this one too, I suppose. Yeah, okay. There are no healthy people left in the world. The last person on the planet recently became infected with woke mind virus. Does that mean we can devolve all the transmission? We don't have to keep any of them. Right? Because they're all infected already. Is that how it works? Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. And then the symptoms. We've only got 11 points, so... Deadly ones? I don't know which ones are deadly. Not normal. I don't know which ones are deadly. I'm not sure we can afford those. Chosen the bar? Oh, severity. Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, none of these are that severe. Lethality? Oh, lethality! Oh, I wasn't looking at that. Sure. Transparent stuff that get... Yeah, I do see it. Yeah. So... The thing that increases lethality the most at this point is... this one, right? More than... Well, they're equal. Yeah. I guess this one gives us most lethality. Still very low. Still very low lethality. But I don't have that many points left. Let's see. Try to get to the middle with the symptoms by bridging them? Yeah, like these ones. But they cost too many points. Like if you take both rows down, you can combine the aspects. Yeah, but I don't have enough points. Like all the way in the middle, yeah. I just don't have that many points. Speed it up. Well, I don't want to miss the clicks. Brexit cancelled due to woke mind virus. Cure 50% complete. Killed more than Black Death? Alright. Global research focused on cure. %75% complete. Evolve genetic reshuffle. Genetic reshuffle. It's this one. I don't have anywhere near enough points for it. Heavy flooding in Brazil. 95%. Yeah, it just wasn't lethal enough. The woke mind virus just... Yeah, the cure is complete. It just wasn't lethal enough. Insanity symptom? Yeah, that's good. We'll take that. Yeah, I should make it lethal earlier. Yeah, that's true. Okay, they got... Yeah, they cured it. They cured woke mind virus. Still, we killed 100 million people. Well, yeah, I'm sure it does make the game easier, but I want to win starting from Finland. Moros, Kikke, me oltiin just lopettelemassa. Okay, we got that far with the woke mind virus. That was pretty good. Now let's see where we're gonna send you guys. Probably not possible, TBH? It might be possible, you don't know. Finland is Winland. Raidataan vaan Holger, joo. I'm gonna be online Monday, so we'll see you guys then. Follow the channel, join our Discord. I'm gonna send you guys over to my friend Holger Shark. Say woke raid. And as always, stay woke, you guys. Bye-bye.